Hey everyone, welcome back to Nightmare Tales. Before you settle in and drift off, drop a comment letting me know where you're tuning in from. If you're loving these chilling stories, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. Now, let's unwind and dive into tonight's intriguing case. Story 1. Glory and Moon, a married couple from Hong Kong, have two sons, Hoing and Henry. Henry was born on June 7, 1983 in Hong Kong. The family lives in an apartment on the outskirts of the city. From a young age, Glory and Moon began investing in real estate by buying and selling apartment units. They pursued this business over the years and eventually built considerable wealth. Glory, as a father, was very strict with his sons and wanted them to become independent to prepare them for the future. He and Moon made sure they received a good education. Hoing excelled in his studies, but Henry struggled, despite his parents' efforts, to provide him with quality education and piano lessons. Henry showed little interest. He lived in his own world, focused primarily on investments, women, and gaming. Henry was known to be arrogant, often looking down on others, and was generally a quiet and isolated child. By middle school, he had almost no friends. When he began to receive poor grades, his parents were deeply disappointed. In response, Glory sent Henry to study abroad in Australia at the University of Canard in 2000. However, Henry faced bullying and discrimination from his classmates at university. Unable to cope, he dropped out in 2003 and returned to Hong Kong, lying to his parents that he had completed his degree. His parents soon uncovered the truth and, disappointed, once again enrolled him at the University of Hong Kong. Yet Henry remained uninterested in his education, spending much of his time in the world of online gaming. He also tried working at various jobs, but never stayed for long, often leaving due to boredom or dissatisfaction with his income. Henry's personal life was similarly troubled. He struggled to maintain relationships, and one day a girlfriend told him she was pregnant. Henry, however, refused to take responsibility and pressured her to have an abortion. When she decided to keep the baby, Henry broke off the relationship. In 2007, Henry met Angus, who would go on to become his best friend. Henry was generous with Angus, frequently treating him to meals and buying him clothes. Their friendship was somewhat unbalanced, with Henry playing a dominant role, which led Angus to hold him in high regard and follow his lead closely. Angus has a very gentle nature. His background is quite different from Henry's. Angus shares a close bond with his mother and older sister, who often worries about him, as he is easily influenced and prone to manipulation. While Angus struggled academically and frequently failed his classes, he had a strong aptitude for mathematics. Throughout his school years, he was often the target of bullying, but also received protection from some friends. This shared sense of vulnerability brought Henry and Angus closer, as they both felt a connection in their experiences. Angus's romantic relationships were fraught with difficulties. He married a woman from Indonesia, only to be heartbroken on their wedding night when she confessed that she already had a husband, it turned out. She also had another boyfriend and had only married Angus as a way to stay in Hong Kong. Following the failure of his marriage, Angus traveled to New Zealand to reflect and recover. There he met another woman who ultimately deceived him and drained him, anally. Angus returned to Hong Kong penniless and deeply disheartened. Desperate and overwhelmed, Angus attempted to end his life by ingesting mercury from a thermometer mixed with rat poison and cough syrup. Fortunately, his older sister discovered his plan in time, saving his life, though he did suffer some nerve damage from the incident. In 2011, Henry's life also took a downturn. He was repeatedly dismissed from his workplace due to his undisciplined behavior, which gradually distanced him from Angus. To make matters worse, Henry had invested heavily in stocks, only to suffer significant losses when their value plummeted. Unemployed and out of money, Henry asked his parents to sell their apartment and split the proceeds 3 ways between his parents, his brother, and himself. However, his parents refused his request, insisting that Henry find a job and support himself. Feeling rejected, Henry left home, convinced his parents no longer loved him. His resentment grew, fueled by feelings of abandonment and anger. After leaving, Henry disappeared for a while with no one certain of his whereabouts. Eventually, he reached out to Angus, his only close friend from the past. Despite them not having seen each other in a long time, their bond remained strong and Angus welcomed Henry, offering him a place to stay. Confiding in Angus, Henry vented his frustration about his family. He expressed deep bitterness toward his mother, recalling how she forced him to take piano lessons as a child. He also harbored intense hatred for his father, who he described as an alcoholic who often came home late, sometimes taking out his anger on Henry's mother and older brother. Tensions with his parents had been simmering for years, and the argument over selling their apartment had finally escalated, deepening the rift between Henry and his family. On Tuesday, March 5, 2013, Hoang visited his parents' apartment intending to meet with them. However, he was surprised to find only his brother, Henry, there. When Hoang asked about their parents, Henry mentioned hearing that they had planned a trip to Sing Song, China for a vacation. Strangely, Hoang had not been informed of any such plans. Over the next 2 days, Hoang repeatedly tried to reach his parents by phone, but his calls went unanswered, leaving him increasingly worried about their safety. On Thursday, March 7, 2013, at Hoang's urging, he and Henry went to the police to report their parents as missing. At the station, Henry explained that the last time he had seen their parents was on Saturday, March 2, 2013, when they met for tea at Langum Place in Mock. After that, he claimed to have had no further contact with them. 5 days later, on Sunday, March 10, 2013, the police informed Hoang and Henry that, according to the Immigration Department, there was no record of their parents leaving Hong Kong. Their names did not appear on any flight schedules, nor was there any recent activity associated with their passports. The disappearance of Glory and Moon remained a mystery, leaving family and friends confused and concerned during this difficult time. While their parents were officially listed as missing, Hoang launched a public campaign. He created a Facebook page asking the public to share any information about his parents' whereabouts, hoping someone might help unravel the mystery. The next day, Hoang and Henry went to the Apple Daily News Agency to report their parents' disappearance. The story of the missing couple quickly captured public attention across Hong Kong, prompting the police to prioritize the case. That day, the police summoned the brothers for a second round of questioning. While Hoang stated that he had no knowledge of his parents' whereabouts, Henry repeated details about his last meeting with them. During the interrogation, however, Henry began sending messages in an online gaming WhatsApp group, confessing shocking details. To the astonishment of his friends in the group, Henry claimed he had killed his 65-year-old father and 63-year-old mother. He also wrote, "I am a psychopath. I cannot empathize with other people's pain because of experiences from my childhood and adolescence. For some reason, I just didn't want them here." Henry's friends, alarmed by these confessions, immediately reported the messages to the police later that evening. Henry was allowed to return to his parents' apartment, but early the next morning, at around 7 a.m., the police arrived and arrested him. That same day, at 10:30 a.m., the police also detained 35-year-old Angus at his home. During questioning at the police station, Henry openly admitted to planning the murders as early as September 2012. He had meticulously listed the tools he would need and noted the gruesome steps he intended to take, including dismembering the bodies and draining the blood. By January, Henry had enlisted Angus's help, arranging for him to visit his apartment. Having prepared a list of required items, Henry began purchasing tools such as butcher knives, hammers, lunchboxes and bleach between January and February. To avoid raising suspicion, Henry occasionally asked Angus to purchase various items, though Angus was unaware of Henry's true intentions. In the days leading up to the murder, however, Henry confided in Angus discussing his plans to kill his parents. Henry initially intended to carry out the crime near the border of Sanan City and Hong Kong, but Angus felt the location was too exposed and instead suggested using his own apartment in a remote area. On Friday, March 1, 2013, Henry invited his parents Glory and Moon to lunch at Angus's apartment under the pretense that he had moved there. Unaware of his intentions, Glory and Moon accepted the invitation. CCTV footage later showed Henry leading his parents through the apartment lobby. The three of them waited in the lobby until the elevator arrived, then went up together once inside the apartment. Henry and Angus initially created a calm and welcoming atmosphere, inviting Glory and Moon to sit down, but the tension quickly escalated when Henry and Angus launched a sudden attack. Angus covered Moon's mouth from behind and plunged a knife into her neck, killing her. Henry then attempted to stab his father in the back, but his father resisted, and in the struggle the knife in Angus's hand accidentally wounded Henry's thigh. As Henry began to falter, Angus stepped in to help, fatally stabbing Henry's father in the neck. With both parents now dead, Henry left the apartment still in his blood-stained clothes and went to the hospital to receive treatment. After getting 11 stitches for his thigh wound, he visited a local market to buy new trousers and changed out of his bloody clothing. That afternoon Henry returned to the apartment to help Angus with the grisly task of disposing of their parents' bodies. Under the cover of night, they began dismembering the bodies. They preserved some parts with salt to slow down decomposition, stored others in lunchboxes in the freezer, and even boiled or microwaved, some with barbecue sauce, intending to eat these parts as side dishes with rice. Other body parts were mixed with sand and cement, placed in plastic bags and gradually disposed of at a nearby pier. After hours of interrogation, the police decided to search Angus's apartment for evidence. Upon entry, they found blood-stained carpet remnants that pointed to the crime. It was clear the apartment had been prepared for murder. The police discovered 3 trash bags containing body parts, additional bags filled with sand and cement, a meat cutting board, 6 styrofoam lunchboxes, a bucket with a saw and 7 knives. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, police discovered 2 refrigerators containing the heads of Glory and Moon, along with several lunchboxes filled with meat. They also found a microwave with human flesh mixed with cooked barbecue sauce on a plate of rice. Yellow oil, which turned out to be the victim's fat, had pooled around the microwave in Angus's room. Investigators found a note detailing the tools and steps involved in the murder hidden beneath his mattress. When news of the case broke, it shocked Hong Kong society. Many were stunned that Henry, a young man with a small shy appearance, could commit such a brutal act against his own parents. Rumors quickly circulated, with some speculating that Henry had engaged in cannibalism. However, the investigation found no evidence that either Henry or Angus had eaten the cooked meat. While Henry and Angus were detained, the police continued to gather evidence over a year after the crime. On Monday, August 4, 2014, their trial began charged with premeditated murder. Henry and Angus both maintained their innocence in court, despite the overwhelming evidence presented. The 2 men turned on each other, each blaming the other. Henry claimed it was Angus who had masterminded the plan and written the note outlining the murder. However, handwriting analysis revealed that the note found under Angus's bed was in fact written by Henry. Angus also denied involvement in the murder itself, but admitted to helping clean up the scene. He claimed he only returned to his apartment on March 4, 2013, 3 days after the murder had taken place. According to Angus, Henry greeted him with a faint smile and showed him his parents' heads in plastic bags. Angus stated that he helped Henry clean up and dispose of the bodies only because Henry had threatened to kill his mother if he didn't comply. The defense then requested a psychiatric evaluation for Henry, arguing that his actions stemmed from mental health issues. The initial assessment indicated that Henry had bipolar disorder and obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. The defense presented these findings describing Henry as a dropout who was unemployed, unable to maintain relationships and deeply unhappy, so much so that he had contemplated ending his life. Psychiatrists suggested that his stress and feelings of failure might have contributed to his actions. However, a second psychiatric evaluation found no clinical abnormalities, concluding instead that Henry exhibited narcissistic and psychopathic traits. His IQ test showed an above-average score of 126, while Angus's IQ was found to be below average at 84, consistent with his older sister's description of him as easily influenced and manipulated. The prosecution argued that Henry had carefully planned the murder and manipulated Angus into helping him. Amid public pressure and heightened interest in the case, the trial was postponed several times. Finally, on Friday, March 20, 2015, Henry was convicted of premeditated double murder and sentenced to life imprisonment plus an additional 9 years and 4 months. This sentence was notably different from Angus's, who received only a 3-year prison sentence, as he was found not guilty of planning the murder, but rather of obstructing the burial. After serving his time, Angus was released immediately following the trial. During Henry's trial, additional insights surfaced about his deep-seated resentment toward his parents. Henry blamed them for all his perceived failures in life. He claimed that he struggled to concentrate on his studies because his father frequently played the television at a loud volume. He also harbored intense resentment toward his mother, not only for forcing him to take piano lessons, but also for humiliating him in front of a woman he admired. Henry stated, "I thought if I could resolve the emotional relationship with my parents, that would be a solution. If they died, I could be reborn." He admitted he had wanted to complete the act before he turned 30 and felt a sense of relief once his parents were dead. Initially, he had even planned to kill his older brother, but the feeling of inner peace he experienced after his parents' deaths ultimately led him to abandon this idea. In a disturbing revelation, Henry also claimed that if he had managed to avoid capture, he and Angus would have gone to China, where he planned to commit further crimes, including assaults on random women. Fortunately, Henry's crimes were discovered before he could carry out these intentions, preventing further harm. Story 2, Uruguaya. Located in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil, this city, with a population of over 120,000, shares a border with Argentina and faces the city of Paso de Libras, separated only by a river. It was in Uruguaya that a 29-year-old man named Jonathan Martins del Almeida was born and raised. While little information about Jonathan's childhood is available, it is known that he is the youngest of 7 children and is affectionately called Noik or Nico by his family and friends. Jonathan was known as a hard-working and tireless young man dedicated to helping his family financially. In 2013, Jonathan accompanied his father to Cais Duel, approximately 650 kilometers from his hometown, where they both worked as construction laborers on a project. It was during this time that Jonathan met a 51-year-old woman named Lita, Natalina Alves Pinheiro. Despite their 22-year age difference, Jonathan was drawn to Lita and admired her not long after they began dating. A few months later, Jonathan and his father's work contract came to an end, necessitating their return to Uruguaya. Jonathan left Lita in Caxias do Sul, but they maintained their relationship despite the distance. In the midst of their conversations, Jonathan expressed his desire to move back to Caxias do Sul to live with Lita. Ultimately, he kept his promise and relocated to be with her. They lived together for a time before deciding to move again, this time to Arroio do Sul, a small coastal town in southern Brazil with a population of about 10,000. There, Jonathan found a job as an expert in installing home security systems, and he and Lita moved into a house not far from his workplace. Although Jonathan had grown more distant from his family in recent years, he maintained his connections through phone calls, WhatsApp message, and family group chats, where he often shared jokes and engaged in light-hearted banter. However, in mid-December 2016, Jonathan suddenly stopped responding to messages in the family group. On a Sunday in mid-December, he replied to a WhatsApp message for the last time, and soon after his family noticed his silence, they realized he hadn't even read their subsequent messages. In the hours that followed, they attempted to reach him, but to no avail. Assuming he was simply busy, they decided to wait until the next day to contact him again. When a full day passed without any communication, the family grew increasingly worried. Knowing that Jonathan lived with Lita, they reached out to her to inquire about his whereabouts. Instead of providing a clear answer, Lita claimed she didn't know where Jonathan was. She even mentioned that he had left to be with another woman, adding that he had taken his belongings and departed in a green Chevrolet Sailor parked at the edge of their housing estate. Doubtful of Lita's story, one of Jonathan's older brothers decided to visit Lita's house in Arroyo do Sul. While he didn't find Jonathan or any of his belongings, he did notice that the motorcycle Jonathan had purchased just a few months earlier was still at the house. The fact that Jonathan had left without his motorcycle intensified his family's suspicions. Weeks passed without any sign of Jonathan, prompting the family to officially report his disappearance to the police. In mid-January 2017, a week after their report, Lita also went to the police station to declare that Jonathan had left her home for another woman. Without any prior notice, however, Jonathan's family couldn't take Lita's report at face value. They remained convinced that Jonathan had mysteriously disappeared. The following day, Jonathan's family and friends began distributing missing persons, posters, and sharing information on social media. They searched for him in various locations, including emergency rooms, mental hospitals, and even the morgue, but there was no trace of Jonathan. The police, who launched an investigation into Jonathan's disappearance, also visited Lita's house. Unfortunately, they found no evidence of wrongdoing. Jonathan's belongings were gone, with the exception of his new motorcycle. The police attempted to obtain CCTV footage from the area, but none of Lita's neighbors had installed cameras. As the investigation stalled, Jonathan's disappearance seemed to fade into the background. Meanwhile, Lita moved on with her life and began a relationship with a 47-year-old man named Antonio. In January 2018, the two were married just a month later, and Antonio moved in with Lita. A year passed without any new leads in the investigation, leading the police to close the case, leaving Jonathan's family frustrated and without answers. Despite the lack of progress, they continued to spread information about Jonathan's disappearance on social media, holding on to hope that the truth would eventually emerge. Then, 4 years after Jonathan's disappearance, an anonymous caller contacted the local police station in November 2020. The caller claimed that Jonathan had been murdered and that his body was buried under the floor of a construction site where he had once worked. The minimal information provided to the police prompted an immediate visit to Lita's house to investigate the area where Jonathan's body was allegedly buried. Initially, the police suspected that Jonathan might be buried in the backyard, as it was the only area that seemed a plausible hiding spot. However, after excavating the site, they found nothing for years had passed, and the police were beginning to believe that any evidence might have been lost to aid. In their search, they decided to bring in a bloodhound. Shortly after arriving, the dog indicated a spot on the living room floor. At first the dog seemed uncertain, but when the officers began to demolish the floor, the dog showed signs that it had discovered something. Without delay, the officers dug beneath the living room floor and unearthed human remains. The condition of the remains made immediate identification impossible, so they were sent to the hospital for DNA testing and autopsy. Lita was arrested at the scene, and her husband, Antonio, was also taken into custody by the police. When the remains were found under Lita's house, the police were convinced they belonged to Jonathan, who had vanished 4 years prior. However, only DNA testing could confirm this. Jonathan's family in Uruguay was notified and rushed to the city. Meanwhile, the autopsy results were released. The forensic doctor noted multiple fractures in the skull, suggesting Jonathan had suffered significant trauma from several blows. The separation of the bones indicated that the body had likely been dismembered, potentially to fit into a burial pit. Ultimately, the DNA test confirmed the heartbreaking truth. The remains were indeed those of Jonathan, who had disappeared 4 years earlier. Lita, when questioned, refused to speak without a lawyer and subsequently hired one to communicate with the police. According to Lita's account, on the night of the incident, Jonathan returned home very drunk after spending the entire night at the bar with friends. During the confrontation, he allegedly broke a glass on the kitchen table and approached Lita in fear. Lita claimed she picked up another glass and struck Jonathan on the head, asserting that her actions were in self-defense. However, when she discovered Jonathan was dead, panic set in, leading her to hide his body and bury it in an empty lot beside her house. However, Lita's testimony was met with skepticism. How could she have felt threatened by Jonathan when he had not attacked her? Additionally, the fracture in Jonathan's skull suggested that the object used to strike him was not merely a glass. The police also uncovered other evidence that contradicted Lita's statements, highlighting inconsistencies in her story. They continued to urge her to confess, emphasizing that lying would only worsen her situation. Eventually, Lita admitted to her actions and provided a second version of her story on the afternoon of December 18, 2016. Lita and Jonathan had a heated argument because Jonathan wanted to end their relationship and start anew, unwilling to accept the breakup. Lita accused him of infidelity, although there was no evidence to support her claims. Jonathan, tired of the confrontation, sat down to drink a beer. In a fit of emotion, Lita struck him with a beer bottle, causing serious injury and leaving him helpless. In a panic, she dug a hole in the dirt next to her house and dragged Jonathan's still breathing body into it. In an effort to fit him into the shallow grave, She mutilated parts of his body with a saw to cover her tracks. Lita disposed of all of Jonathan's personal belongings and fabricated a story for his family, who were searching for him. 2 weeks later, she called a construction worker to build a living room over Jonathan's burial site. The construction worker installed walls and tiles, effectively concealing the fact that Jonathan was buried beneath them. However, it is likely that he sensed something was amiss about the house. This has led a speculation that the anonymous caller who reported the presence of a body in Lita's home was in fact the construction worker himself. 2 years after her arrest, Lita, now 61 years old, faced trial on Thursday, January 19, 2023. Her defense team argued that Lita did not intend to kill Jonathan and claimed that the beating was an unfortunate accident. They asserted that she was unaware of the severity of her actions. In contrast, the prosecution maintained that Lita was guilty of murdering Jonathan, suggesting that her intentions became clear after he ended their relationship. The following day, January 20, 2023, Lita returned to court for the trial's conclusion and to hear the verdict. She was found guilty of murder and sentenced to 18 years in prison, along with an additional 10 months for concealing a body with no chance of parole. Her husband, Antonio, was also tried that day, accused of being implicit in the murder and of hiding the victim's body. However, Antonio denied the allegations, stating that he had only met Lita a year after the murder occurred. With no evidence linking him to the crime, he was acquitted. The case surrounding Jonathan's death garnered significant public attention, highlighting how Lita, with her cunning and cruelty, committed the murder and constructed a living room over her victim's grave story. 3. Marlene Mame Kinnan Warren was born on April 15, 1950 in Mount Clemens, Mome County, Michigan, United States. She was the second of 3 children, born to Bill Twing and Shirley Twing. Marlene enjoyed a happy childhood, spending part of her youth on her grandfather's farm in a town north of Detroit. Her family and friends described her as friendly, open-hearted, and always willing to help others. Marlene had a talent for painting and developed a particular fondness for clown characters. At the age of 14, she completed a painting featuring clowns reflecting her love for them. She married her high school sweetheart at a young age and gave birth to her first child when she was just 15 years old. From this marriage, she had 2 sons, John and Joseph. Tragically, Marlene's first marriage ended prematurely when her husband died in a car accident in Texas, leaving her a young widow. At 20, she faced the challenge of raising her 2 toddlers on her own. 2 years later, Marlene married Michael Warren. At the time, Marlene was 22 and Michael was 19, becoming a stepfather to John and Joseph. Marlene was known for her hard work and determination. She became a successful businesswoman in her area, owning 20 rental properties, leased to large companies, and also worked as a cargo ship inspector. Marlene and Michael lived in a magnificent house on a spacious plot of land. Testament to Marlene's hard work, their home was located in West Palm Beach, Florida, while Michael worked as a used car sales agent running a company called Bargain. His success paled in comparison to Marlene's income. During this time, Marlene enjoyed a life of abundance. She had a loving family, financial security, and a comfortable lifestyle. She even purchased a private plane, which she parked in the expansive area of their property. However, Marlene's life took a turn when Michael was arrested in 1986 for a used car scam. He had been rolling back the odometers on the cars he sold to make them appear to have lower mileage. When customers discovered the deception, one of them returned the car and reported Michael to the police. Fortunately, he received only an 18-month probation sentence. Tragedy struck again in Marlene's life when her first child, John, died in a car accident in 1988 at the age of 22. Mirroring the fate of his father at that point, Marlene was left with only one child, Joseph. In early 1989, between January and February, Michael focused on expanding his business. He opened new Bargain branches and hired numerous employees, including mechanics, marketing teams, office staff, and vehicle printers, who were behind on payments. One of the new hires was an old friend named Richard Keene. During his time at the office, Richard brought his wife Sheila along with him. At 26 years old, Sheila was 12 years younger than Michael and had recently started working in his office. She quickly proved to be a valuable asset, capable of handling significant responsibilities and tasks. However, Sheila was not solely focused on her work. She also sought to get closer to Michael, viewing him as a responsible, mature and wealthy man. It turned out that Michael shared similar feelings for Sheila, who contrasted sharply with his wife Marlene. Sheila was young, slender and more conventionally attractive than Marlene, who was nearing 40 and had gained some weight. Their mutual attraction blossomed into an affair at work. The office staff were aware of the relationship, yet no one confronted them or informed Marlene. Richard, Sheila's husband, eventually learned about the affair between his wife and his friend Michael. Faced with the situation, Richard chose to divorce Sheila and leave his job by January 1990. Despite Marlene's luxurious lifestyle and the appearance of a happy family, it became known that she and Michael had been experiencing constant fights in the months leading up to her death. The quarrels between Michael and Marlene were primarily fueled by Michael's insecurity. He felt inadequate as a businessman, especially since he earned less than his wife. Although Marlene was not overly concerned about her husband's income, she had grown suspicious of his fidelity. In fact, she had been aware of Michael's affair with an employee for quite some time. Initially, Marlene chose to remain patient, hoping that he would change and wanting to maintain their family for the sake of their child. However, as time went on, without any signs of improvement, she finally confronted him about the affair. Their large home became a constant battleground filled with arguments that left Michael feeling increasingly uncomfortable. He began spending more time away from home, seeking activities outside. To escape the tension, Marlene confided in her parents about the issues in her marriage, expressing a chilling sentiment. "If anything happens to me, Michael Warren is the one responsible." This comment hinted at her growing sense of foreboding regarding her safety. Marlene's parents attempted to mediate the situation, but their efforts were unsuccessful. She also discussed her concerns with several colleagues, asking a peculiar question: if a wealthy woman is killed by her husband, who inherits her wealth? Her friends found the question odd, but, unaware of the turmoil in Marlene and Michael's relationship, dismissed it as mere conversation, assuming that all was well between the couple. In May 1990, on a bright morning at their spacious home in the elite area of Wellington, Florida, Joseph, Marlene's 21-year-old son, was having breakfast with 3 friends. Michael, his father, had been out since the morning. At around 11 a.m., there was a knock at the front door. Since Joseph and his friends were still at the table, Marlene, still in her pink pajamas, went to answer the door. To her surprise, she found a clown standing there, complete with orange hair, a red nose and white face paint. The clown presented her with 2 foil balloons and a basket of flowers. Joseph and his friends, watching from the dining area, commented on the clown's cheerful demeanor. Suddenly there was a loud bang that Joseph and his friends initially thought was a balloon popping, but when they turned to see Marlene lying on the floor, bleeding profusely from her face, they quickly realized the horrifying truth. The clown had shot her in a panic. Joseph's friends rushed to help Marlene and called 911 for emergency assistance. Meanwhile, Joseph caught sight of the clown, who calmly turned and walked towards a white Chrysler LeBaron convertible parked nearby, which had no license plates. Without thinking, Joseph and one of his friends jumped into their car to chase after the clown, but their efforts were futile. As the clown sped away, disappearing from sight, the medical team that arrived on the scene quickly worked to save Marlene and transported her to the hospital. Meanwhile, Joseph called Michael, who rushed to the hospital to see his wife's condition. Tragically, 2 days later, Marlene succumbed to her injuries and was pronounced dead at the age of 40 due to a close-range gunshot wound to her face. An immediate investigation was launched, including a thorough examination of the crime scene to uncover any new evidence that might reveal the identity of the killer clown. Shortly after the news broke about Marlene's shooting, the police received a mysterious phone call from a woman who cryptically suggested, "If you want to know who the real perpetrator is, just ask Michael Warren and Sheila directly," before abruptly hanging up. This led the police to focus their attention on Michael Warren, especially given the rumors of his affair with Sheila. Although Michael denied the allegations, further investigation revealed that he had left the house and was several miles away at the time of the shooting, heading toward a racehorse location. This alibi was corroborated by friends who had seen him en route. Consequently, the police turned their focus to local shops that sold balloons, flowers, and costumes, suspecting that the killer might have visited one of these establishments to purchase the item used in the crime. At that time, the police visited a shop that sold balloons and flowers to inquire whether anyone had purchased items identical to those found at Marlene's house. The employee on duty reported that a customer who matched Sheila Ku's description, a 20-year-old woman with brown eyes and shiny brown hair, had bought balloons and flowers shortly before the shooting. The police then turned their attention to local costume shops. One shop owner revealed that around 8 a.m., approximately 3 hours before the shooting, a woman had purchased a clown costume complete with a red nose and orange hair. Once again, this description aligned with that of Sheila Keane. Based on the statements from the shop employees, the police began to suspect Sheila as a potential perpetrator. However, due to the lack of strong evidence, they continued their investigation. 4 days after Marlene was shot, the police received a report about a white car without a license plate that had been abandoned for 4 days. Joe Joseph recognized the car as matching the one used by the clown. On the day of the incident, upon investigating the vehicle, officers discovered orange threads believed to be from the clown wig, as well as several strands of human hair on the car seat. This is where the police's suspicions regarding Sheila deepened, leading them to issue a search warrant for her apartment. During the search, investigators discovered thread fibers on one of Sheila's dirty clothes that matched those of the clown's wig. Unfortunately, the police were unable to locate the gun that Sheila allegedly used to kill Marlene, leaving them with insufficient evidence to bring charges against her. At that time, DNA and forensic testing were not as advanced as they are today, allowing Sheila Keane to remain free of any charges and continue living her life. In 2002, 12 years after the shooting, Sheila married Michael Warren and they moved to a luxurious home in Virginia. She changed her name to Debbie and opened a burger business called the Purple Cow in 2014. Meanwhile, the case surrounding Marlene's death, which had gone cold since 1990, was reopened due to advancements in DNA testing technology and forensic science. The police promptly conducted DNA analysis on the strands of hair found in the abandoned car, as well as on the orange thread fibers discovered in both the car and Sheila's dirty clothes. After thorough testing and investigation, the police confirmed in 2014 that Sheila was the suspect they had been pursuing all along. Although they had been aware that the perpetrator had been right under their noses, the lack of strong evidence had previously restricted their actions. Finally, in 2017, at the age of 54, Sheila was arrested at the luxurious home she shared with Michael Warren. She was extradited from Virginia to Florida for further questioning. At that time, it was revealed that she had disguised herself as a clown, presenting 2 foil balloons and a basket of hours before shooting Marlene in the face. After the crime, she fled and abandoned the car she had used at a nearby shop. In 2020, a press conference was scheduled to address the case, but due to the pandemic, it was postponed and the first conference finally took place on March 30, 2021. During the proceedings, the defense team repeatedly denied that their client was responsible for the crime. They argued that witnesses at Marlene's house, specifically Joseph and his friends, described the clown as a tall man. They contended that the hair found could have come from elsewhere and pointed out that the evidence was over 3 decades old. The defense also suggested that a male perpetrator was more likely, thus insinuating that the killer was a man, not a woman. However, DNA analysis of the hair found in the abandoned car and the orange threads from the clown's wig provided more conclusive evidence. Additionally, statements from witnesses, including employees from the flower and balloon shops and costume stores, which had been documented in police records since 1990, reinforced suspicions that Sheila was responsible. During the initial investigation, Sheila had evaded suspicion due to the limitations of DNA testing and forensic science at the time, allowing her to go free. Furthermore, the fact that Sheila married Michael shortly after Marlene's death only intensified suspicions that her presence had motivated her to kill Michael's wife. Although they denied ever having an affair, Michael Warren has never been prosecuted for his wife's death. He has not been proven to be involved in the plot to kill her and is thought to have been unaware of Sheila's actions. However, there was a witness named John Jr., who claimed to be the son of one of Michael's employees, John Sr. John Sr. was a former subordinate at Bargain tasked with resetting the odometers of the used cars that Michael sold, which led to Michael's police report in 1986. In his final moment, John Sr. confessed to his son that he knew the location of the gun and clown costume used by the killer, buried at one of Michael's used car lots. He alleged that Michael had instructed him to bury the evidence. Just weeks before the shooting, Michael had made a joke to John Sr., saying, "Can you make my wife disappear like you made the car disappear from its owner?" At the time, John Sr. thought it was merely a joke, but he later realized it reflected a grim reality. Following Marlene's murder, John Sr. claimed that Michael ordered him to bury the gun and clown costume. He had also frequently overheard Michael arguing with Marlene on the phone, during which Michael made threats against her life and expressed his deep-seated hatred for her. John Junriar eventually revealed everything his late father had said to the police. However, the question remains, was Michael truly involved? No one knows for certain. Initially, Sheila faced prosecution with the threat of the death penalty after a postponed settlement. Another hearing took place on March 21, 2022, where the prosecutor decided against pursuing the death penalty for Sheila, instead opting for a charge of life imprisonment. The legal battle over Marlene's death continues, with no final verdict yet from the judge regarding Sheila. We can only hope that justice is served and that the perpetrator receives appropriate punishment for their crime, providing some semblance of closure for the victim's family story. 4. One of Bollywood's famous actresses, S. Day Kapoor, who was also a film producer whose achievements were recognized as Bollywood's first female star, died suddenly in 2018 due to drowning in a bathtub at a luxury hotel in Dubai. Her death invited many questions from various levels of society. Was her death purely accidental, or whether there is a fraudulent act being covered up? Today we will discuss the strange case of Sri Day Kapoor's death and its latest investigation. The legendary actress, whose full name is Sri Amama Yor Arpan, known professionally as Sri Devi, was born on August 19, 1963 in Mayamp, Patti, Madras State, India, to parents who worked as lawyers. Her mother taught Sri Devi to speak Tamil until she was fluent. S. Day discovered her hidden talent in acting when she was only 4 years old, where she played in a Tamil language film entitled Kannan Karanai, which was released in 1967. Since then, Sri Day has always had roles in various films every year until she received various awards as the Best Actress in India. Apart from speaking Tamil, she is also fluent in Telugu, Hindi, Malayalam and Canadian. The dances she performed in each film scene also amazed the producers and the Indian public, so that she always received big roll-off ERS and became recognized as the first female actress and first female star in Bollywood. From 1985 to 1993, S. Devi became the highest-paid actress in India in a row from 1985 to 1993. This made her sought after by famous Hollywood directors and producers, including Steven Spielberg, to star in famous Hollywood films such as Jurassic Park in 1993, but after various considerations, Sri Day finally rejected the offer. Like other actresses, S. Day has also been hit by unpleasant rumors due to rumors of snatch someone's husband in the household of actor Mithun Chakraborty and actress Yoga Tabali. She was suspected of having an affair from 1986 to 1987 with Mithun, but the rumors soon died down when Mithun did not divorce his wife and still maintains their relationship till now. Behind her beautiful face and stunning acting roles, Sri Day was once called an arrogant actress, but she clarified that her silence was misinterpreted. Actually, she is a shy girl, even though her name is famous everywhere, because she started acting at 4 years old, so she never received formal education and experienced free interaction with her school friends, which formed her as an introverted person. As a result, she was always accompanied by her mother when she was on set. Even when S. Devi was an adult, her mother always accompanied her. In 1995, when S. Devi was 32 years old, she met a famous product producer from the Kapoor family named Boney Kapoor. But this introduction again drew harsh criticism when Boney divorced his first wife, Mona Shori, whom he had been married to since 1983 and had given birth to 2 children. Shortly after his divorce in 1996, Boney married S. Devi, which made S. Devi known as a woman who destroyed other people's homes. From that marriage, S. Devi and Boney were blessed with 2 daughters. The first was John H. Kapoor, born in 1997, and Kushi Kapoor, born in 2000. Both of them are now famous actresses in India, following in their parents' footsteps. Unfortunately, SRI Day also felt extraordinary sadness after giving birth to her first child while filming a film. Her mother, who had always accompanied her during every filming, had to experience serious complications in 1997 due to brain tumor surgery which she underwent in 1995. After investigation, a neurosurgeon discovered that there had been a procedural error surgery by performing surgery on the wrong part of her mother's head. This causes damage to vital tissues and nerve centers related to vision and memory. Only a few weeks after complications, her mother died, leaving SRI Day with deep sorrow, so much so that she decided to take a hiatus from the world of entertainment for 15 years. In 2012, SRI Devi returned to the world and made her name by appearing in several films. This return to the world of film made the film she played in a huge success. This made S. Day named the single most successful comeback actress in Bollywood history. After a long hiatus in 2013, she also received many awards for her films and roles. After her comeback in 2017, S. Day signed a contract with the production house to play a film entitled Calling, which was planned to be released in 2018. But during the filming process, Esther was found to have died suddenly in Dubai, so the filming process had to be restarted from the start, and role was replaced by Mia Dixit, and the film's release was postponed to 2019. Actually, what happened to Sri Devi? How did she die, and what irregularities were discovered during the investigation into his death? On that day, SRI Deb's husband, Boni, and her youngest daughter, Kushi, travelled all the way to the United Arab Emirates to attend the wedding of their nephew, Indian actor Moit Mara, which was held at the luxury Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Ras Al Khaimah city, sixth largest city in Arabia. Unfortunately, their eldest daughter, John Hui, couldn't go there to accompany her mother because she had to finish shooting. John Hui sends a shopping list to her mother as a birthday gift in early March. After the wedding party finished, on February 21, 2018, SRI Day, accompanied by her husband and youngest daughter, went shopping and travelled around the country for a full day. They planned to return to India the next day, on February 22, 2018, to head to Lucknow City, Uttar Pradesh State, but when she was leaving by plane, SRI Day realized that she had left her cell phone in the Waldorf Astoria hotel room. She returned to the hotel and let her husband and daughter go first to India. She said that she would follow to Lucknow City, but actually S. Day planned to stay in that country for the next few days so that she could take advantage of her relaxing time from her filming activities. SRI Day also called Boni to express how much she missed him. Boni suggested that S. Devi continue her journey to Dubai so she could enjoy her holiday in the United Arab Emirates. SRI Devi agreed and booked a room at the Jumeirah Emirates Tower Hotel for several nights, starting on February 22, 2018. Apparently, Boni advised SRI Devi to go to Dubai because he had planned to surprise her by secretly visiting his wife in Dubai on February 24, 2018. Boni called SRI Devi again to make up a story so that his wife would stay at the hotel and not return to India in the afternoon. Boni took a flight from Lucknow to Dubai and explained to S. Day that he was attending an important meeting, so he would turn off his cell phone in the next few hours. After arriving in Dubai, he arrived at the Jumeirah Emirates Tower Hotel, where SRI Day was staying, at around 18:30 p.m. He also checked in secretly and asked the hotel receptionist for a duplicate access card to his wife's room. When Boni entered room 2201, SRI Day couldn't contain her excitement, so S. Devi, who was supposed to be shopping again that night, decided to postpone her shopping because Boni invited S. Devi to enjoy a romantic dinner at a luxury restaurant. Boni is sure that his surprise on his wife was successful. S. Devi, who was very happy, immediately went to the bathroom to shower and prepare, while Boni sat in the living room of their room and watched TV while waiting for his wife. But after half an hour had passed around 7 o'clock p.m., Boni didn't see his wife leaving the bathroom and he knew that dinner would be late. Boni knocked on the bathroom door, but there was no answer, so he went inside. Apparently the bathroom was not locked, but that's where he saw SRI's body immersed from head to toe in the bathtub. Boni immediately called the hotel staff and called the Dubai City Police. From the results of the interim investigation, Dubai police confirmed that there were no drops of water coming out of the bathtub, so it is believed there were no signs of movement or resistance. Officially, S. Day was declared dead on February 24, 2018 at 18:30 p.m. due to accidental drowning. Esther's sudden death shocked India and her fans internationally. After the autopsy process was carried out, Esther's body was taken back to India for religious ceremonies and cremation. Hundreds of thousands of Esther fans from various places filled the funeral and took her body to the crematorium. The whole country is mourning the loss of a talented, legendary actress. Even her fellow actresses in the film kink also felt the loss, especially since the filming process had not yet been completed, so the director and producer had to rack their brains and immediately reshoot and then contract another artist to replace Esther Vai. On May 3, 2018, Boney and her two daughters travelled to Tamil Nadu with Aburi Devi to be released at RSWM Beach. An atmosphere of emotion surrounded the release of the ashes. On March 11, 2018, Esther's family held a private prayer ceremony and gave an opportunity to Bollywood actors and actresses to pay their last respects to S. Devi. After the series of ceremonies had finished, the discussion about S. Devi's death had not yet ended. Many parties have clearly voiced an investigation into the death of their idol, because the world does not believe that they died due to accidental drowning in the bathroom. One by one, the irregularities in S. Dev's death began to be revealed and became a heated discussion among the public. In fact, the initial suspicion that S. Devi died was not due to drowning, because, apart from the fact that Bond's story did not make sense, the authenticity of the document's release stating that Sri Day died was also questioned. The document wrote the cause of death as accidental drowning instead of accidental drowning, a spelling ER in English that caused further public distrust. In this case, the public is increasingly cornering the grieving Boney as the murderer, but the extended Kapoor family came forward to defend Boney. Boney's younger brother. An actor named Sanjay Kapoor defended his brother. He said that Sri Day died of a heart attack before she drowned in the bathtub, but his statement sparked a long debate because it was known that S. Day had no history of heart disease and looked very healthy. The results of the toxicology examination, which had been kept hidden, also stated that alcohol content was found in Esther's blood and water in her lungs. This proves that Sri Day was still trying to breathe when she was in the water. From here, the public believes that there are many things that the big Kapoor family is trying to hide when people question Sri Day's death. Surprisingly, Sunil Singh, an artistic director, film writer and music director who had worked in the Bollywood industry since 1982, revealed that Sri Day's death was the result of murder. In fact, in his statement, he has also made research and accused clearly that Boney Kapoor, her own husband, had killed Sri Devi. Sunil said that in recent years, Boney had experienced a significant financial decline. Moreover, the new films produced by Boney could no longer explode at the box office. The first film produced by Boney was a big success in 2005, when he appointed Salman Khan to play in his film entitled No Entry, and his last successful film produced was, in 2009, entitled Wanted, which still starred Salman Khan. But since 2010, Boney and Salman's relationship has been fractured because Boney's son, an actor named Arjun Kapoor from a previous marriage, was dating Salman's sister-in-law, Arpa KH, from 2003 to 2005 and still continues to pursue Arpa. After they separated, Arjun even approached Salon's other sister-in-law, Malika Arora, until Mikika divorced her husband. This creates tension between Salon and Boney, so Salman tells Boney to stay away from his family. As a result of the strained relationship, Boney's films did not sell well and Boney is known to have sold one of his properties to fulfill all the needs of his glamorous life. He also fought to maintain the social status of the Kapoor family in the film industry until speculation emerged that Boney planned Sri Day's death to seize all her assets. Sunil also finally submitted his research to the court to ask the police to carry out an investigation. Even Sunil's lawyer also revealed something more surprising, that they had found files on Esther's life insurance policy in Oman worth $35 million, which could only be claimed if Sri Devi died in Dubai. This made international headlines at the time, further shining a spotlight on the Kapoor family, but unfortunately the court rejected Sunil Singh's application because it considered that the United Arab Emirates police no longer found any suspicion about Esther's death. Amid these suspicions, an assistant commissioner of New Delhi police named Ved Bhushan also expressed his own theory. He believed that Sri Devi showed signs of death due to premeditated murder. He also claimed that United Arab Emirates police officials mistakenly determined that S. Davies' cause of death was drowning. He also speculated that it was possible that Dawood Ibrahim Kaskar, a leader of India's largest cartel who organized an international crime syndicate, was involved in the case. V. Bhushan even went directly to Dubai and stayed for several days at the hotel where Sri Devi was staying to unravel the mystery of her death. As time went by, people began to believe in the theories that were revealed. Even Means are also paying attention to the last photo uploaded by Sri Day on her Instagram account on February 22, 2018, which shows that she still looks healthy and happy at her nephew's wedding, but after the photo was uploaded, S. Day was no longer seen leaving the hotel room or around Dubai City. The hotel staff also said that Sri Day had never left the room since she first checked in, while the wedding guests admitted that the last time they saw S. Devi was at the party. However, there are also those who defend Boney Kapoor by saying that Sri's death may have been caused by a drug overdose. So Boney discovered it, created a story and made it look like she died by drowning. This was probably done so that S. Davy was not thought to have died of an overdose and was not remembered as a drug addict. On August 13, 2019, the renowned Madame Tussauds Wax Museum Singapore announced that they would be creating a wax statue of Sri Devi to honor her achievements in Bollywood. When the inauguration of Sri's wax statue was held, Boney Kapoor and her two daughters, Janvi and Kushi, attended the event and posed for photos with their mother's wax statue. 2 years after his name continued to be cornered as Sri Devi Kapoor's killer, Boney Kapoor finally opened his voice and revealed that he had been silent all this time because he was still grieving. Boney also admitted that he was innocent. He explained that after finding his wife dead in the bathtub, he was taken by Dubai police and interrogated for 18 hours straight. In fact, he was questioned again for 48 hours, but Dubai police did not find anything wrong with him, so he was released to attend to his wife's cremation ceremony. Boney also claimed that he had taken a polygraph test that showed he was not lying. He emphasized that he could not have killed his own wife because he had never had problems at home. Although many people believed Boney's words, many more thought that Boney was acting. Various methods have been used by those who believe that Sri Devi was murdered to reopen the investigation, but all their efforts were in vain, as the court still viewed the legendary actress' death as an accident. On November 12, 2023, a well-known entrepreneur and activist from India named Deepi Panid suddenly revealed the results of her investigation, which had been carried out with her team from various related professions. She had ample evidence to show that Sri Devi was indeed murdered. As Parunal Singh and V. Bhushan's statements several years earlier, Deepi stated that Boney Kapoor was involved in the murder and involved many other individuals who had the potential to be S. Devi's killer. Deepi said that there was some autopsy evidence that was deliberately hidden by several parties to remain secret. One of the surprising results of the autopsy was the presence of large needle injection marks on S. Dev's body, which appeared to have been around for a long time because they were almost closed. Apart from that, it turns out that Sri Devi did not die on February 24, 2018, as reported by the media and documents released, but on February 23, 2018 at 18:30 Dubai time. The autopsy results also showed that mamushi poison was found in Sri Devi's blood, a poison from the most dangerous species of mamushi snake found in Japan. S. Devi had been injected with the poison 130 hours or 5 days before her death, while still in India. The killer injected the poison along with milk solids to delay the reaction of the poison in the body, damaging several organs and nerves in S. Devi's body. The killer hoped that S. Devi would die in the wedding party while dancing at the event, so that no one could find out the real cause of death, but it seems that the poison was too slow to react, so Sri Devi remained healthy during the wedding party. Therefore, the killers took Sri Devi away from the party location in Ras Al Khaimah city to Dubai City, which is 100 kilometers away, to stay at the Jumeirah Emirates Tower Hotel. According to DP, S. Dev's reason for vacationing alone in Dubai doesn't make sense, considering the busy shooting schedule for the film Calling and the presence of her family, who are still in Rara Alima city, while her husband and daughter have returned to India. In fact, based on the testimony of staff hotel, S. Devi never left the room. Since checking in at room 2201, DP suspects that S. Devi was murdered by drowning in a tub of water while in her hotel room. Deep also alleged that Boni Kapoor pretended to travel from India to Dubai to surprise Sri Dei, even though he wanted to make sure Dei was really dead. Through collaboration with various parties, Boni succeeded in changing Dev's death date from February 23rd to February 24th. What do you think? Do you believe that Devi, a famous, legendary actress in India, died because of her husband's actions? Which theory do you believe? I hope that with Deep's efforts to voice injustice again, the authorities in India can be heard and the real perpetrators can be punished for their actions. Story 5. In 1986, a man named Thomas Hawkes, or commonly known as Tom, was 39 years old. Tom had recently divorced his wife and was living with his 2 teenage sons. One evening, Tom was having dinner with his sons at a restaurant near his home in California. There he was captivated by a woman he found very beautiful and elegant. Tom kept looking at the woman until she finally noticed that he was staring at her. Since Tom was a cool widower with a strong build and a rugged beard appeared. The woman named Jackie, who was single and 29 years old, was also interested in him. Tom then approached Jackie who, as it turned out, was indeed single and 29. They started dating for 3 years until, in 1989, Tom and Jackie got married and lived happily before their marriage. Jackie had told Tom that she had been in an accident and the doctors had declared that she would not be able to have children. However, Tom didn't mind and accepted Jackie as she was. Jackie was also happy because she finally got to experience being a mother to her stepchildren, Tom's sons. Over the years, Jackie dedicated herself as a good homemaker for the 2 boys. However, as the boys grew up, they decided to work in other cities, leaving their parents feeling a bit of emptiness, especially Jackie, who felt very lonely since she was very close to them. Tom then took the initiative to sell their house and use all of his remaining savings to buy a boat, with the of enjoying their old age, relaxing and sailing along the California coast. In 2002, Tom bought a second-hand boat at a reasonably low price and he and Jackie worked on refurbishing and renovating it until it looked beautiful and comfortable. After 2 years of a relaxed life, in 2004, one of Tom's sons shared the exciting news that Tom and Jackie would soon become grandparents. Jackie was thrilled by the news and immediately felt happy, asking her husband, Tom, to sell their boat because they needed to live on land to be closer to their first grandchild. In response, Tom placed ads in several magazines to sell their boat for $500,000. It didn't take long before a couple called Tom, explaining that they had been saving for years to buy a yacht and were interested in Tom's boat. Tom and Jackie, excited, informed their son that they had found potential buyers and would soon complete the transaction. However, a few days later, Tom and Jackie suddenly went missing and couldn't be reached by either of their sons. This raised serious suspicions, as Tom and Jackie were the type of parents who would always be the first to reach out or, at the very least, always return any missed calls from their sons. When their son reported to their uncle, Jim, who was also a retired police chief in California, Jim immediately got into his car and headed to Newport Beach, where Tom's boat was docked. He went with a friend and when they arrived at the marina, Tom's yacht was indeed still there. Jim thought perhaps the transaction hadn't been completed, which was why the boat was still docked. However, when Jim boarded the yacht to check for Tom and Jackie, he found that no one was aboard. After inspecting the entire boat, Jim noticed several things that seemed unusual for the Tom and Jackie he knew. First, one side of the boat was very messy, which was unlike Tom, who always kept his boat meticulously tidy. Second, the top in the cockpit area was shifted and left unarranged. Third, several dirty towels were hanging haphazardly. Jim found all of this very odd, as the Tom, he knew, would never leave the boat in such a messy state. Since it was getting dark, Jim took out his business card and wrote a message for the new owner to contact him. At that number, he explained that his brother-in-law had just sold the boat and was now missing. Jim asked the new owner to reach out to him as soon as possible. A few hours after Jim left, his phone rang and it was a young woman named Jennifer DeLon, 21 years old. Jennifer told Jim that she had found his business card inside her yacht. Indeed, her husband had just bought the boat from Tom and Jackie. However, like Jim, Jennifer admitted that they had trouble reaching Tom, as they had a few questions about the boat's controls. In addition, some personal belongings of Tom and Jackie had been left in the boat's closet, so they were also trying to return those items to them. Jennifer explained that the last time they saw Tom and Jackie was when they completed the transaction. After her husband handed a suitcase of cash to Tom and Jackie, the couple immediately got into their car and drove off. Since then, both Jim and Jennifer had been unable to contact Tom and Jackie. Jim then asked Jennifer if she had any idea where the couple might have gone, but Jennifer replied that she didn't know, as they hadn't discussed personal matters, only the details of the boat transaction. However, Jennifer did recall, while hearing a conversation between Tom and his wife, Jackie, in which Tom mentioned wanting to buy a house in Mexico near the Arizona border where his sons lived. Jim thanked Jennifer and asked her to inform him if she learned anything about Tom and Jackie's whereabouts. Jennifer asked Jim to do the same if he found out anything. After the call, Jim remembered there was someone who might know where Tom and Jackie were, Patricia, an accountant hired by Tom and Jackie to handle their finances, especially when they were at sea with limited internet access. Patricia managed their bills and paid their taxes. The first thing Jim asked Patricia was, "Hey, have you heard from Tom and Jackie in the past few days?" Patricia replied that she hadn't. Jim then explained the whole situation and asked, "Could you check if Tom made any large deposits into his or Jackie's accounts? A few days ago, Tom just sold his yacht and received a large sum of cash." After checking, Patricia confirmed that no money had been deposited into any of Tom or Jackie's accounts. Jim and Patricia both paused for a moment trying to figure out why Tom and Jackie hadn't deposited such a large amount of money. It seems something was wrong. Extremely concerned, Jim immediately called the Newport Beach Police Department in California to report Tom and Jackie's disappearance. The first step the police took in the case was to gather information from the young couple who had bought Tom's yacht, Skylar DeLon, and his wife Jennifer. Upon investigation, police discovered that Skylar, who was 25 at the time, was a former convict who had previously been imprisoned for armed robbery. This raised immediate red flags, and the investigation quickly focused on the DA-owned family, who were the last known people to see Tom and Jackie. Skylar was summoned to the police station to give his statement. There he was asked to explain his last interaction with Tom and Jackie. Skylar was very cooperative, telling the police that he initially saw Tom's yacht advertisement in a magazine and immediately called the number listed. After speaking over the phone, he and Tom met a few days later to do a test drive of the yacht. After the test drive, Skylar told Tom he loved the yacht and would complete the payment soon. On November 15, 2004, Skylar went to the marina with his wife Jennifer, who was pregnant, and their child to make the payment to Tom and Jackie. He also brought a notary and a friend to accompany him and serve as witnesses for the transaction. When they met, Skylar handed Tom a suitcase filled with cash, which Tom then gave to his wife Jackie. Tom then signed several sale documents with the notary present. Once everything was completed, Tom and Jackie got into their car and immediately drove away. However, when the police asked Skylar where he had gotten so much money to buy a yacht, Skylar explained that he was a former child actor from the 90s. He mentioned that one of the shows he appeared in was the Power Ranger series, where he played a cameo or minor role. He claimed that thanks to that small role he managed to save up bit by bit over the years, eventually amassing enough to buy a yacht. But the police were skeptical of his answer and kept pressing him. Eventually, Skylar admitted that the money wasn't from his child acting career. It was actually stolen money he had hidden away before he went to prison. After being released, he intended to launder the stolen money by buying a yacht. While the police considered arresting Skylar for money laundering, they decided to let him go, as he was being very cooperative and helpful with the information he provided. The police then continued by interrogating Skylar's wife, Jennifer. They also went on to question the notary and Skylar's friend, who had acted as witnesses in the transaction. The three of them were interrogated separately and their statements matched Skylar's previous story. Feeling frustrated and concerned that the case was approaching a dead end, the police asked the TV media to report on Tom and Jackie's disappearance, including their photos and the car they were last seen driving. They requested that anyone who had seen Tom, Jackie, or their car contact the police immediately. Sure enough, the police received a call from an elderly couple in Mexico. The couple informed the police that they had seen the news and the car from the broadcast was now parked in front of their home. Local authorities in Mexico quickly responded and went to the location. However, when they arrived, Tom and Jackie were not in the car. Instead, A young local man who appeared very confused was found in the car. He explained that he didn't know anyone named Tom or Jackie. The car actually belonged to his friend, Skylar DeLon. The police immediately realized they had been deceived by Skylar DeLon, and they were now certain that Skylar knew the whereabouts of Tom and Jackie. Armed with Skylar's recorded statements, the police detained him on money laundering charges and searched his house for additional clues. Inside Skylar and Jennifer's home, police found numerous personal items belonging to Tom and Jackie, such as a camera and a laptop, providing clear evidence. However, Skylar continued to deny any wrongdoing, as did his wife, Jennifer, who appeared on various talk shows to defend Skylar. Jennifer stated that her husband had done nothing wrong and insisted that this was all a misunderstanding. She emphasized that they had no involvement in Tom and Jackie's disappearance. However, the police were no longer willing to be deceived by the De Leon family's claims. They decided to re-interrogation Kathleen Harris. The notary came to the police station and endured hours of questioning that left her physically and mentally exhausted. Finally, she broke down and admitted that she had never actually met Tom and Jackie. It had all been a hoax. She had simply been paid by Skylar to validate the sale documents. The notary swore to the police that she had no knowledge of what had happened to Tom and Jackie. The police then turned to the other witness, Skylar's friend Alonzo McCain. Initially, Alonzo stuck to Skylar's original story, but the police urged him to stop lying, informing him that the notary had already confessed to the Fossards. Shocked, Alonzo apologized and promised to tell the whole truth. After being promised a reduced sentence, Alonzo explained that he met Skylar when they served time in the same prison and had maintained their relationship. After being released in 2004, Skylar approached Alonzo asking for his help to get rid of Tom and Jackie, with a promise of $1 million in payment. On November 15th, Skylar, Alonzo, and another man named John Kennedy gathered to execute their plan. John Kennedy was a local thug in California, recruited by Sky to assist them. The three of them went to the marina to do a test drive of the yacht with Tom and Jackie. However, before they boarded the boat, Tom caned the test drive, citing that it didn't seem like a good day. Skylar immediately called Jennifer to come with their baby. The baby managed to change the initially awkward dynamic into a warmer atmosphere. Tom, who had been hesitant, eventually softened and agreed to sail with them just as they were about to board the boat. Ginger told Tom and Jackie that she wouldn't be joining them because the baby was a bit fussy. At that moment, Alonzo noticed Tom's expression changed to one of awkwardness and suspicion. However, since Tom was already committed to the test drive, they set sail together. Once they were out in the open sea, Skylar and John approached Tom, telling him they wanted to show him something down below deck. Jackie stayed in the kitchen while Alonzo went with Tom to the bedroom. However, Jackie heard sounds of a struggle coming from the bedroom. Before she could react, Alonzo jumped on her and tied her up. Then Skylar and John came into the kitchen without Tom. Jackie realized that they were the bad guys. She was forced down to the bedroom to sit beside her husband, who was tied up on the bed. Jackie glared angrily at Skylar and asked why he was doing this to them, especially after they had just met his beautiful wife and lovely child. Jackie just wanted to return to shore and be reunited with her family. However, Skylar didn't care and went back up to pilot the boat to the pre-planned location in the cabin. Alonzo admitted that he could see Tom trying to calm himself and saying that, whatever happened, they would face it together. Once their boat reached the deepest point of the ocean, Tom and Jackie were dragged up to the deck and forced to sign the sales documents and a power of attorney over all their bank accounts. After the signing was completed, Tom and Jackie were pulled toward the back of the boat, where the anchor was located. At that moment, Jackie, filled with fear, pleaded with Skylar to let her go because she wanted to live to see her grandchild, who was about to be born. Unexpectedly, an angry Tom managed to break free from John's grip and kicked at Skylar, but unfortunately JN, who was muscular, quickly caught Tom again. Tom was then made to sit on the floor with Jackie, their backs pressed against each other and their hands handcuffed together. Skylar ordered John to move the anchor toward the back of the boat and then chain Tom and Jackie's bodies together. After that, Skylar walked to the back of the boat and kicked the anchor into the sea, which would automatically pull Tom and Jackie's bodies down to the ocean floor. Alonzo admitted that he saw Skylar laughing joyfully and jumping around like a child. Even more surprising, although Jennifer Schuyler's wife was not on the boat, it turned out that she was the mastermind behind their actions. In fact, Alonso said that this whole plan was Jennifer's idea. Jennifer was the one who initially found the yacht ad in a magazine and convinced her husband, Schuyler, to kill. Tom and Jackie then sell their boat to make money easily. Jennifer also intentionally brought their small baby along so that Tom and Jackie would be softened and fall into their trap. Before and after they carried out their plan, Schuyler always made time to contact Jennifer just to update her on the progress of their scheme and to discuss what they should do next. The most shocking part of this case was Jackie's camera. When the police found the camera at Schuyler and Jennifer's home, they reviewed its footage and discovered a video recorded by Jackie herself. In the video, Jackie expressed her happiness about selling the boat and being able to reunite with her children and grandchildren. However, when the police tried to view the subsequent recordings, the video switched to footage recorded by Jennifer showing their small family celebrating a Thanksgiving dinner while playing with their little daughter. This happened just a few days after they had killed Tom and Jackie, which was extremely inhumane given that they had just committed such a heinous act. Jennifer and Schuyler even used the camera to record all of their family activities without feeling any guilt. In the end, Alonso was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Jennifer DeLon received a life sentence, while Schuyler DeLon and John Kennedy were sentenced to death. Story 6, San Jose, California, United States, is a quiet area with neatly lined residential houses. The residential neighborhood is well maintained because its residents are diligent about cleaning their surroundings and trimming the weeds in their yards. There are also several vehicles parked along the streets, such as buses, SUVs, and shiny sedans. In addition, American flags are displayed and waving on every porch. However, the city is not without its share of crime, such as theft and carjacking. On June 6, 2003, at 4:00 p.m., a school bus arrived to pick up students in the Southwind Drive area of San Jose. One of the passengers was 9-year-old Janet Tu, a 4th grade student at Belle Isle Elementary School. After getting off the bus, Janet waved goodbye to the driver and her friends. She then walked towards her home. Upon arriving, Janet was surprised to find the front door slightly ajar. The 9-year-old had no negative thoughts, assuming that her mother and older sister had returned from gardening. The girl then closed the door and called out for her mother, but there was no response at all. It turned out that her mother and sister had not yet returned home. Janet then went to her room to change clothes and rest, while inside the girl was startled to find shards of broken glass scattered around. At that moment, Janet began to feel anxious. She suspected that an intruder was trying to break into her house. Before long, she heard footsteps and a knock on the door, but she did not want to open it and instead chose to peek through the living room window. Janet saw an unfamiliar adult man from behind the door. The man began talking to Janet and asked her many questions. This mysterious figure also said that he wanted to come inside the house. Janet started to panic as the strange man tried to peer into the house through the window. At that moment, Janet became very frightened and began to cry. She then tried to call her mother, but the home phone was unusable. Moments later, Janet realized that the phone line had been cut before long. The mysterious man forced his way in and opened the sliding door of Janet's house. The girl tried to back away and evade him, but the stranger quickly caught her and took her to one of the rooms in the house. There the man unbuttoned Janet's pants and began to assault her. The girl was utterly confused by what was happening to her. She could only surrender and was unable to resist. Afterward, the man tied Janet's legs with rope, handcuffed her hands and gagged her with a cloth. He then dragged the girl to the garage and put her into a car. Not long after Janet heard the sound of a car engine approaching her home, she hoped that her mother and sister had arrived this time. Janet's assumption was correct. Her mother parked the car in front of the garage and saw the stranger trying to abduct her daughter. Janet's older brother, Paul, had also noticed from a distance that his sister was being kidnapped by someone. Realizing this, Paul became extremely angry and started to rage. The 14-year-old then grabbed a screwdriver from his car and attacked the stranger. However, the screwdriver was snatched from his hand by the assailant. Paul struggled and became overwhelmed. While battling the kidnapper, The teenager was dealt a barrage of blows that sent him staggering and crashing to the ground. The mother, named Rosalina, too, tried to help her son, but the woman was brutally beaten in the face by the kidnapper. At that moment, Paul struggled to get up and ran to the kitchen to grab a pot, trying to hit the kidnapper on the head with it. However, the stranger countered the attack, pummeling Paul until the teenager fell down, battered and bruised. After both of his victims lay helpless, the stranger rushed to his car and drove away with Janet inside. The girl saw her mother struggling to stand and trying to chase after her, albeit weakly. Janet watched as Rosalina grew farther away, realizing that her mother was staggering. While enduring immense pain, Janet couldn't hold back her tears, but she couldn't scream because her mouth was gagged with cloth in her heart. She felt very sorry for her mother, whose face was smeared with red marks. The girl was also deeply worried about Paul, who was unconscious after falling with severe injuries. In an instant, Janet's thoughts became chaotic and her vision started to blur from the tears she couldn't wipe away. At Paul's house, he had begun to regain consciousness after fainting. The teenager remembered his sister's safety, which needed to be fought for. Without considering his own pain, Paul ran around calling for help from anyone who could hear him. He pleaded for someone to notify the police about Janet's kidnapping. Soon after several people approached Paul and helped him, they took the teenager back to his home and reported the incident to the police. Before long, officers arrived at the scene to conduct an investigation. Meanwhile, medical personnel intended to evacuate Paul and Rosalina to the hospital via ambulance, but the mother refused to go. She preferred to stay at home and asked relatives for assistance in caring for her. Meanwhile, the police interviewed the neighbors regarding the incident involving Rosalina's family. One neighbor, who lived 3 houses away from Janet's residence, informed the police that he had CCTV footage from his home. The surveillance camera captured the street in the neighborhood. The neighbor then provided the CCTV recording to the authorities for immediate investigation. In the footage, an old car was seen entering Janet's house, but the video was too blurry to clearly identify the vehicle's license plate. In handling kidnapping cases, the police usually activate an Amber Alert. However, in Janet's case, the officers postponed doing so because they did not yet have the suspect's vehicle license plate. An Amber Alert is a notification system for child abductions originating in the United States. Created in 1996. The police in San Jose would activate an Amber Alert once they obtained information about the victim's name, a description of the incident, witness statements, and the license plate of the vehicle used by the suspect. The police then asked for the help of journalists to cover the news about GS disappearance. Officers also instructed the media to broadcast the story regularly on television. This was done so that everyone throughout the city could be aware of the kidnapping case involving the 9-year-old girl. After hearing this news, residents on Southwind Drive expressed their concerns about the safety of their children. Community members across San Jose were also very saddened by what happened to Janet. They hoped that such an incident would not happen again in the city. On the other hand, Rosalina felt that she had failed in protecting Janet. The woman deeply regretted that she could not adequately protect her daughter. In a different place, Janet, bound and gagged, was in a car with her kidnapper. The girl banged her body against the car door to attract the attention of other drivers, but her efforts never bore fruit. The kidnapper, seeing Janet's behavior, became very angry and struck her until she fell and lay under the car seat. Shortly thereafter, the kidnapper stopped the vehicle and took Janet to a 2-story house with brightly colored walls. The man then went up the stairs and entered the bedroom while carrying Janet. He laid the girl down on the mattress in the room. Although it was somewhat small, the room was equipped with a window, television, and bathroom. The kidnapper then untied Janet's legs and handcuffed her. Additionally, he removed the cloth covering the girl's mouth. The man then started a conversation and said that he would rape her for the 2nd time. The kidnapper also warned that if the girl resisted, he would act violently toward her. Eventually, Janet was raped again by the man multiple times. After that, the man instructed Janet to clean herself up and then handcuffed her again. At that moment, Janet tried to observe how the handcuffs worked. She realized that they were mechanical or automatic. When the kidnapper left her alone in the room, Janet began to fiddle with the handcuffs. Over time, she managed to unlock the device on both of her wrists, allowing her to watch television and use the remote. On one channel, Net watched a program discussing asthma and other health issues. The girl became inspired and planned to deceive her kidnapper. Not long after Gannett heard the footsteps of the kidnapper coming up the stairs and heading toward her room, she quickly put the handcuffs back on her wrists. As the kidnapper was about to assault her again, Gannett said that she suffered from asthma and a contagious disease. The girl also expressed that she could die if she didn't take her medicine soon. To her surprise, this tactic worked. The man felt pity for Jeanette's condition. The kidnapper then asked his victim, "Are you hungry and want something to eat?" Jeanette nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm hungry." The man then walked downstairs to get his phone. Shortly afterward, the kidnapper handed the phone to Gannett and told her to order pizza. He also provided his address to Gannett to relay to the food delivery person. At this opportunity, the girl tried to remember the details of the address given by her kidnapper. Additionally, Gannett memorized the kidnapper's phone number from the phone while ordering the pizza and stating the home address. Gannett spoke with hesitations, and the pizza delivery person could tell that the girl ordering the food was in a state of fear. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang and someone called out, "Excuse me." While half shouting that the pizza had arrived, the kidnapper left Gannett and hurried to collect the order at the front gate. While her kidnapper was walking to meet the pizza delivery person, Gannett stood by the window, facing outward, hoping that the delivery person would notice her. On the other hand, the kidnapper received the pizza and paid for it. The man then headed straight to Jeanette's room and handed her a box of pizza along with a folded piece of paper. On top the paper was a missing person flyer with Jeanette's face on it. The mysterious man then instructed his captive to eat the pizza, but surprisingly the kidnapper also mentioned that he would soon get rid of Gannett that very night. Hearing this, Gannett became very frightened, feeling that she would never return home safely. Gannett thought that the man would take her life in a very cruel manner. On one hand, the girl missed her mother and her older sister very much. She did not want to be separated from them for such a long time. Meanwhile, the pizza delivery person had noticed Gannett from the gate. The person did not move from their spot and continued to observe the girl's room from a distance. Vaguely, they sensed something unusual, but the delivery person had to return to the shop to continue their tasks. As night fell, Gannett prayed to God that she would be able to return home safely. The girl then forced her mind to think hard to find a way to save herself. Soon Gannett remembered a television show she often watched at home together with her sister. The show featured detectives dealing with criminal cases. From there, Gannett learned that a detective needed fingerprint evidence to identify the perpetrator. Not long after, the girl took the kidnapper's watch from a small table in the room. She also grabbed a turtle-shaped toy and the kidnapper's underwear that had been left in the bathroom. By taking these items, Gannett hoped that the police could collect samples from the kidnapper's body. Gannett then stored these items in the empty pizza box. Next, she placed the box under her bed. Shortly afterward, the kidnapper returned to her room and asked if the girl had eaten her pizza. Gannett said that she had eaten all the food. Fortunately, the kidnapper did not check the food box or look for the items that Gannett had taken. The man then left the girl alone in silence for a while. Gannett always thought that the kidnapper would execute her right then, and there she shuddered at the thought of the crimes that the mysterious man might commit. Not long after the kidnapper returned to Jeanette's room and observed the girl's face, the man noticed that his victim was very scared when she saw him, but he did not want to show her too much compassion. After that, he tied Jeanette's legs and gagged her mouth. The kidnapper then picked her up and laid her in the trunk of the car. Before long, the man drove his vehicle very fast. In the cramped, dark and stuffy trunk, Jeanette cried softly while imagining her mother's and sister's faces. She was overwhelmed with fear, picturing the kidnapper, hurting her and taking her life. The journey felt very long for Gannett. She forced herself to concentrate and memorize some of the turns they had taken. A little while later, the kidnapper stopped his car in a shopping area in Palo Alto. He then opened the trunk and pulled Gannett out. The man untied the ropes on Jeanette's legs and removed the cloth that gagged her mouth. After a moment, the kidnapper grabbed Jeanette's chin and threatened her not to report him to the police. Gannett could only nod her head while crying. The man also warned that he would hide Jeanette and her family if the police found out about her. He then pushed the girl into the middle of the road and told her to go away. At that moment, Net ran laboriously toward a convenience store located not far from the highway. She sat on the store stoop, crying uncontrollably. She felt very scared because there was no one around her. However, on the other hand, Gannett felt a great sense of relief that she was still alive and had not been eliminated by her kidnapper. Not long after a store clerk approached Gannett, he tried to calm the girl down and engage her in conversation. The man asked, "Child, what is your name and why are you here?" At that moment, Net didn't respond right away. Instead she cried and babbled. The girl spoke incoherently, saying that she was scared. It turned out that the kidnapper's threats were still echoing in Jeanette's mind. She pleaded with the clerk not to report it to the police. Hearing this, the store clerk became confused by the girl's words. He tried to reassure her, giving her some water and urging her to come into the store. After that, the clerk introduced himself and said his name was Isa Yassin. A little while later, Isa realized that the girl was Gannett, who had been reported missing a few days earlier. He immediately offered to help contact Jeanette's parents. Without waiting for a response, Isa handed his phone to Gannett. However, Gannett continued to cry and showed signs of fear. After observing the girl's behavior, Isa decided to call the police. He told the officers that Gannett was with him and was unharmed. Soon the police arrived at the store and the officers took Gannett into their car. While in the vehicle, Gannett pulled items from her pockets and handed them to the officers. At this moment, the authorities gathered information from the girl and wanted to apprehend the perpetrator as soon as possible. Gannett explained her experience during the kidnapping very clearly. The girl was also able to remember the kidnapper's home address and his phone number. Well, in fact, Gannett could recall every turn she took to get to the kidnapper house. She even drew a map showing the direction to the Mr. IOU's man's residence. Gannett then handed the drawing to a detective named Heather Runler. Seeing this, the detective was amazed by Jeanette's intelligence. Additionally, the girl shared her experience of being instructed to order pizza by her kidnapper with the police. To confirm her statements, the officers inquired with the pizza shop owner about that address. It turned out that the information matched what Net had said. The police immediately rushed to the house indicated by the girl. Upon arriving there, they conducted a raid and searched the perpetrator's home. At that time, the kidnapper was in the attic of his house. He resisted the officers and attempted to escape. Eventually, the police deployed several tracking dogs to subdue the suspect. The dogs successfully bit the kidnapper's leg, bringing him down helplessly. The perpetrator was then subdued by the officers and taken to the police station. There he was interrogated very firmly by the detective. Through this interrogation process, it was discovered that the suspect had several aliases, but revealed that his real name was David Montiel Cruz, a 26-year-old man. He also admitted to frequently committing kidnapping and abuse against minors. Meanwhile, Gannett had been taken to the hospital and was reunited with her mother and sister. At that moment, the girl noticed scars on Rosalina's face, which made it difficult for her to recognize her mother at first. However, it didn't take long for Gannett to recognize her mother. While crying, Rosalina, seeing her daughter safe, felt extremely relieved and happy. Sometime later, the trial for Jeanette's case was held at the San Jose court. In that trial, David was sentenced to 2 years in prison for his actions against Gannett and other victims. Gannett was very grateful to have escaped that ordeal and felt that the perpetrator received a fitting punishment. She also vowed to help many people out there who were struggling and experiencing kidnapping and assault. The girl aspired to become a detective and wanted to assist victims of crime. After several decades, Gannett was reunited with the detective who had helped her. They embraced each other and happily exchanged stories. At present, Gannett is still undergoing training to become a detective, while Heather has been promoted to head the San Jose Police Department. Story 7. It was supposed to be the best day of Gladys Ricard's life. Dressed in her wedding gown, she moved around her home, sharing happy moments with family and friends as they all got ready for the big day. Laughter filled the air and photographers snapped every joyful smile, But outside, someone from her past was watching from his car. Unable to let her go, he waited, growing more tense with every passing moment, until finally he decided to go inside, glad, as family, busy with last-minute details, didn't notice him at first. What happened next would change everything for everyone there that day. Gladys Ricard was born on October 15, 1960, in a small town in the Dominican Republic. She was raised by her mother, Ana Rosario, a single mother of 4. Gladys had 3 siblings, Norma, Yolanda, and Juan. The names of their fathers remained unknown, but Ana kept her children close and instilled strong family values in them. From a young age, Gladys stood out for her compassionate nature, consistently displaying kindness and empathy. She shared a particularly close bond with her older sister, Norma. Even as a teenager, Gladys dreamed big. Her ambitions included becoming a successful professional, having a beautiful wedding, and starting her own family. However, she knew that achieving these dreams would require dedication to her studies. In 1978, shortly after graduating high school, 18-year-old Gladys fell in love and became pregnant. Unfortunately, the relationship ended, and the following year she gave birth to her son alone. The child's father, whose family background remains unknown, never took responsibility for him. Determined to provide for her son, Gladys decided to set aside her academic pursuits. Raising him was challenging, but her son became a source of immense joy and strength for Gladys, encouraging her to move forward. Gladys eventually secured a stable job to support her son. Around this time, her sister Norma had moved to New York with her 2 daughters. Gladys began to consider joining her sister, hoping that relocating to the United States would offer her and her son better opportunities. She worked tirelessly to save up, while her other siblings, Juan and Yolanda, also moved to join Norma in the US in 1978. Gladys was in 1983. At the age of 22, Gladys finally saved enough money to move, though she couldn't afford to bring her son with her. At that time, he stayed behind in the care of his grandmother. Upon arriving in New York, Gladys settled in the heart of the Dominican immigrant community in Manhattan, close to her sister and nieces. With her priorities set, she started working as and soon enrolled in a local college to study accounting. Days turned into years, and by 1987 Gladys was able to bring her son to the US, fulfilling a long-held dream. They moved into a comfortable apartment where they lived with her sister and nieces. This marked a joyful time in Gladys' life, as she was surrounded by her loved ones, who admired her courage and optimism. In 1992, while on her routine commute to work via the New York City subway, Gladys caught the attention of a man named Augustine Garcia, who happened to be on the same train. Born in the Dominican Republic in 1952, Augustine had moved to New York as a child with his parents. With ambition and hard work, he established himself as a successful businessman, founding a multi-service agency in Manhattan. During the 1980s, he also created a bilingual newspaper for the Dominican community, aiming to keep them informed and connected. Augustine was well respected in his community. After his first marriage ended in divorce, he was granted custody of his 2 children and settled with them in New Jersey. His success allowed him to expand into various business ventures across the city. He even founded the Federation of Hispanic Chambers of Commerce, committed to empowering the community. Known for his sociable personality, Augustine treated everyone kindly, gaining a reputation as a charming and approachable figure. That day, on the subway, Augustine felt that fate had brought him and Gladys together, despite rarely using the subway. Their encounter led to a brief conversation during which Augustine managed to get her phone number, promising to see her again. Fascinated by her warmth and beauty, Augustine began courting Gladys, showering her with lavish gifts and taking her to upscale restaurants and places she had never experienced before. Their meeting would mark the start of a new chapter in GL's life, filled with excitement and unexpected turns. Gradually, Gladys and Augustine's relationship deepened, with Augustine sparing no expense to show his affection. After about a year of dating, he proposed they move in together, and Gladys agreed. Yet a yearning lingered in her heart. Gladys deeply wanted marriage and a family with Augustine, but he seemed resistant to the idea. Meanwhile, tensions arose between her son and Augustine's children. Hoping to smooth things over, Gladys encouraged her son to be patient, believing that the children just needed time to adjust. Fortunately, the reality proved to be more challenging. As Gladys noticed, Augustine often seemed indifferent to her son. After 2 years of living together, the unresolved issues prompted Gladys to suggest they live apart. Though saddened, Augustine agreed, even helping her find a new home. In 1995, with his financial support, Gladys purchased a lovely 2-story house in New Jersey, conveniently close to Augustine's residence. From then on, Austin proudly introduced Gladys as his wife to friends, family, and the Dominican community in the US, projecting an image of a partnership. Yet behind the public facade, their relationship faced serious strains. Augustine had multiple affairs, which Gladys eventually discovered. This deeply hurt her, and her once vibrant personality began to dim. Many assumed her sadness stemmed from Augustine's reluctance to marry, so they chose not to pry. Whenever marriage was brought up, Augustine dismissed the idea, saying he didn't want to risk another divorce. Gladys, however, longed for the security of marriage and made her feelings known. Gradually, she also began to confide in friends about Augustine's infidelities and his increasingly controlling and possessive behavior, which led to frequent arguments. During one heated confrontation, Augustine, completely out of control, threatened her with a firearm. Terrified, Gladys sought comfort in her sister's support. Then, in the fall of 1998, Gladys unexpectedly visited Augustine's office and found him in a compromising situation with a younger woman. This was the final straw. She immediately ended the relationship and, with her family's support, decided to cut him out of her life. But Augustine was not ready to let go, treating her more as a possession than a partner. He began persistently calling and leaving gifts at her door, from roses to Bibles, but Gladys disregarded these attempts. By March 1999, Gladys had moved on emotionally, feeling a newfound sense of freedom and hope. Around this time, during a lunch break at a nearby restaurant, she met James Preston, a 40-year-old accountant with a passion for music. They hit it off instantly, enjoying a lively conversation and deciding to stay in touch. As they went on more dates, James proved to be kind, considerate and attentive to Gladys and her family. For the first time in years, Gladys felt truly happy, something her family noticed and celebrated. Only 2 months after they met, James proposed to her with a ring and Gladys, overjoyed, accepted. Gladys was finally on the brink of the happy ending she had always dreamed of. Their families and friends joined in the excitement, helping with wedding plans and even involving the neighbors in the celebration. Gladys and James set the wedding date for Sunday, September 26, 1999. However, when Augustine heard about her engagement, he became increasingly desperate to win her back. His calls intensified and he would often park near her house at night, watching from his car and noting down the license plates of visitors. Though several neighbors noticed him lurking, Gladys remained unaware of his behavior until the night of August 12, 1999. That evening, while she and James were enjoying a quiet night at home, Augustine showed up unexpectedly at her door. Augustine arrived at Gladys' door with a calm demeanor, asking her to let him in so they could talk. But Gladys, sensing his true intentions, firmly refused. When he realized she wasn't going to let him in, Augustine's facade fell and his anger surfaced. He began throwing stones at her windows, frightening Gladys enough to call emergency services. Within minutes, a patrol car arrived and officers restrained Augustine. However, Gladys decided not to press charges, hoping the incident would scare him into leaving her alone. She only wanted peace and to focus on her upcoming wedding, but Augustine's obsession would not end there. On September 24, 1999, just 2 days before her wedding, Gladys went out late in the evening to pick up a last-minute item for her bridesmaids. She didn't realize that Augustine was following her inside the store. He approached her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as if they were a couple, and walked alongside her throughout the aisles. Security cameras captured this encounter. Afterward they parted ways, but the incident left Gladys feeling unnerved. She sensed that Augustine was becoming increasingly dangerous. Then the morning of her wedding day, September 26, 1999, arrived. Friends and family gathered at her home as photographers and videographers captured joyful moments of the bride and groom preparing outside a classic car, and 2 limousines awaited to transport everyone to a church in Queens. The bride, radiant and surrounded by loved ones, took photos with her 19-year-old son and her mother, who had traveled from the Dominican Republic for the occasion. Meanwhile, Augustine drove by, slowly observing every movement from his car, hoping to catch a glimpse of Gladys. He circled the block several times until one of Gladys' nieces recognized him inside the house. Unaware of Augustine's presence, Gladys was handing out flowers to her bridesmaids. When he parked directly in front of her home, he placed a gun in his bag and a few extra bullets in his pocket. Before heading to the front door, Augustine made his way into the house with Gladys' brother trying to keep a close eye on him. Upon seeing Gladys in her tiara and wedding dress, Augustine ignored everyone else in the room, pulling out his gun and, in a moment of rage, fired at her. The horrific scene was captured on film by the cameramen who were there for the wedding. Though Gladys' brother Juan attempted to intervene, it was too late. Gladys had been hit by 3 bullets and was fatally wounded. Juan and Augustine then struggled as others called emergency services. Police and paramedics arrived to find the 2 men still fighting with Augustine, yelling that he wanted to end his own life. Officers eventually separated them and restrained. Both paramedics tried desperately to revive Gladys, but she was pronounced dead at the scene. News crews arrived quickly and the story began spreading across local stations. Norma Gladys' sister learned of the tragedy from the news and rushed to the house in shock. James Gladys' fiancé was waiting at the church, assuming his bride's delay was due to wedding preparation. But when someone broke the news to him, his day of joy turned into a nightmare. Augustine was taken into custody and investigators swiftly began piecing together the crime. Surveillance footage and the extra bullets found in his pockets were clear evidence. In his car, police discovered a list of license plate numbers from vehicles parked near Gladys' home. Forensic examinations revealed 3 gunshot wounds on Gladys, one in her upper arm, another in her spine, and the fatal one to her head. During his initial interrogation, Augustine claimed he had simply planned to stop by and hadn't intended to harm Gladys, but when pressed by investigators, he finally admitted to the killing, expressing regret for what had happened. The following day, September 27, 1999, Augustine appeared in court for his first hearing. Despite his claim of innocence, he was charged with murder, illegal possession of a firearm, and endangering the lives of minors present at the scene. The judge set Augustine's bail at $5 million and he was confined to county jail to await trial. On October 1, 1999, Gladys' funeral was held, attended by a large number of people, including the investigators working on her case. Loved ones gathered around her casket, where she lay dressed in her wedding gown to bid their final farewell. Later that day, Gladys' family, along with James' relatives, traveled to the Dominican Republic to bury her. Due to the high-profile nature of the crime and Augustine's status, the case quickly gained widespread media attention in both the Dominican Republic and the United States. The trial was scheduled for early October 2001. During preliminary hearings, Augustine's defense introduced an alternative version of events, holding press conferences where they argued he had acted in self-defense against an attack by Gladys' brother. They claimed Augustine never intended to harm Gladys. From that point, the defense pursued an aggressive strategy aiming to tarnish Gladys' public image to sway opinion in Augustine's favor. The defense team suggested that although Gladys was engaged to James, she had supposedly maintained a secret relationship with Augustine. They argued that jealousy had driven him to kill her impulsively and requested the charges be downgraded to involuntary manslaughter, which would result in a lighter sentence of 5-10 years in prison under New Jersey law. This tactic found some traction in the community, where gossip began circulating that Augustine was actually a victim of heartbreak, with some saying Gladys had brought it upon herself. However, on the first anniversary of Gladys' death, a Dominican-born woman in Miami, deeply moved by the story, started a campaign to raise awareness about domestic violence and support victims. She wore her wedding dress while participating in a marathon, sparking a powerful movement that led other women to join her each year in what became known as the Bridal March. Gladys' family joined this initiative, attending press conferences and supporting the cause to preserve her memory and stand against domestic violence. The defense meanwhile continued its efforts, holding public discussions about the case. This led the prosecution to ask the judge to issue a gag order, which was granted. Yet much of the damage was already done, as rumors persisted in the community. The prosecution knew that showing the wedding video footage which captured the tragic moment was crucial for their case, a move Glattis' family supported in the hope of attaining justice. On February 14, 2001, a hearing was held where only the judge viewed the footage, while the courtroom heard the audio. For Glattis' family, it was a painful experience, and the defense argued the video was an unfair advantage for the prosecution. Ultimately, the judge allowed only the segments showing the shooting itself. The trial began on October 2, 2021. The defense maintained that Augustine had been overwhelmed by the news of Glattis' upcoming wedding and that he was only defending himself from her brother and son. They presented footage from a security camera at the store Glattis visited 2 days before the wedding, attempting to imply she and Augustine had maintained a romantic relationship, despite evidence to the contrary. This line of defense initially appeared to sway the jury, but when the prosecution played the wedding video, it became clear that Augustine had not been attacked by anyone else in the room and had directly targeted Glattis. On October 16, 2001, Augustine testified, claiming he had lost consciousness after allegedly being attacked. However, on October 23, 2001, the jury found him guilty on all charges. The verdict brought a sense of relief to Glattis' family, who celebrated this step toward justice amidst their grief. Months later, in February 2002, the judge sentenced the 50-year-old Augustine to life with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Augustine, now incarcerated in New Jersey State Prison, has since refused to discuss the case publicly. He reportedly found religion becoming a preacher, but his requests for parole have repeatedly been denied. Glattis' story left an indelible mark on the community and spread nationwide. The bridal march born from this tragedy has continued for over 2 decades. The march, symbolized by black sunglasses and veils to hide bruises, represents solidarity with victims and an effort to raise awareness. The event, supported by donations from local authorities and private donors, has provided a safe space for countless victims of violence, encouraging them to seek help and overcome fear. Story 8. On a quiet November evening in 2015, a 911 dispatcher picked up a call that sounded urgent and filled with panic. On the other end was a woman named Jennifer, frantically explaining that her young daughter was choking on a piece of chicken. She sounded desperate, saying she had tried everything to help her fingers, even a butter knife, but nothing seemed to work. The dispatcher calmly instructed her to perform CPR, guiding her step by step. 13 long minutes passed as Jennifer's panic grew and then suddenly silence. When paramedics finally arrived, they found the little girl motionless, but something didn't add up. Her injuries didn't look like those from choking, and as they examined her, more unsettling questions popped up. Bruises and marks on her small body hinted at a different story, one that didn't match Jennifer's explanation. So who was Jennifer and what really happened that night? The answers buried beneath layers of secrets would shock everyone and reveal a truth no one was prepared for. Layla Marie Daniel was born on July 18, 2013 in Georgia, USA. Her parents, Tessa, Daniel and Anthony, faced challenging circumstances early in life. 2 years before Lee's birth, Tessa had another daughter, Millie Place. Both Tessa and Anthony grew up in difficult environments. Tessa, from a young age, encountered significant struggles that led her into the child care system, spending her formative years in various foster homes. Anthony's experiences were similarly challenging, and when he and Tessa decided to build a life together, they lacked the stability needed to create the nurturing family they had envisioned. Unfortunately, their children ended up in a home marked by instability and toxic dynamics, as both Tessa and Anthony struggled with substance abuse and alcohol issues, compounded by a history of arrests. In light of these conditions, Child and Family Services began conducting regular home visits. Their mission was to assess the well-being of the girls, ensuring they were receiving proper care from their parents. The results were consistently discouraging. Initial reports noted domestic violence, and a later report documented that the living conditions were unsafe after one of the girls left the house unnoticed by her mother. When Lila was 1, Tessa's substance issues escalated, leading to her hospitalization for treatment, and the family situation continued to deteriorate. Millie went to live with her grandmother, while Lee stayed with a family friend, Cynthia Tape, who provided a stable and loving environment. Despite Cynthia's care, Tessa's situation worsened, and in January 2015 she was arrested on methamphetamine distribution charges, resulting in a 3-month prison sentence. Layla's father, Anthony, was also incarcerated during this time, leaving the girls in the care of their grandmother and Cynthia once more. Upon Tessa's release, she moved in with Cynthia, but was required by family services to undergo a drug test, which she failed. Consequently, the authorities decided to place Millie and Lee in foster care under the supervision of Loretta Brown, an experienced foster mother, who aimed to provide the girls with a more secure environment. By then, Layla was 21 months old and Millie was 4. Despite receiving love and care in several foster homes, social services continued moving the girls, striving to find the most suitable long-term placement. Meanwhile, Tessa remained actively involved in the adoption proceedings, determined not to lose custody of her daughters, hoping to reunite with them after achieving full rehabilitation. In May 2015, Millie and Lila were placed with Jennifer and Joseph Rosenbaum, a couple eager to provide temporary care, despite not being formally designated as foster parents by a placement agency. Jennifer, 27 at the time, shared a turbulent past with Tessa, raised in an unstable and violent environment. She also dealt with a physically abusive mother, struggling with addiction, leading Jennifer into foster care at age N. Despite difficulties controlling her anger and a history of altercations, Jennifer eventually found direction, graduating high school and enlisting in the army. She later pursued a law degree and gained respect in her community, even appearing on television and interning in a district attorney's office. In 2009, she married Juice Rosenbaum, whom she had met years prior within the foster system. By the time of their wedding, Joseph was working as a corrections officer. Their relationship was seen as complementary, with Jennifer being assertive and controlling, while Joseph, who suffered from cystic fibrosis, was described as gentle and reserved. This complex situation became an opportunity for Jennifer to craft an image of herself on social media as a savior, portraying both her and her husband, Joseph, as fighters. Overcoming adversity with Joseph's struggle against cystic fibrosis, a disease that often significantly shortens life expectancy, Jennifer found herself particularly determined to build a family. Due to the illness, many men with cystic fibrosis are unable to have children. Yet Jennifer was resolute in creating a family of her own, announcing her intentions publicly and making clear she would stop at nothing. Their first application to become foster parents, however, was denied. Jennifer had used her maiden name and officials discovered her history in the child welfare system, including reports of physical mistreatment. This background disqualified her as a candidate for temporary motherhood. Undeterred, Jennifer submitted a second application under her married name, hoping her history would remain hidden this time. She was asked to attend foster parenting workshops and a detailed background check was initiated. Jennifer, however, was unwilling to be evaluated, seeing herself as an exceptional candidate, given her own challenging upbringing and rapid achievements. She believed any child would be fortunate to have her as an adoptive mother, and the assessment process infuriated her. In a heated phone conversation with a child services worker, Jennifer lost her composure, responding harshly and even issuing threats. Her application was immediately denied, but in April 2015, while working in the courthouse, Jennifer spotted a familiar face, Tessa's grandmother. Seizing this opportunity, Jennifer conducted her own unauthorized research into Tessa's case, uncovering everything about the ongoing adoption search for Lee and Millie and Tessa's role in the process. She crafted a meticulous plan, contacting Tessa through social media and rekindling their connection from childhood. Presenting herself as a compassionate figure, Jennifer offered to take in the girls, promising them a loving home. At that time, Jennifer's life seemed almost ideal. She was preparing to run for a county commission seat in her third year of law school and had gained a promising reputation with a strong social standing and financial security. Her life appeared to offer a world of possibilities for Lila and Millie, convincing Tessa that this was the right choice. Feeling hopeful, Tessa contacted the Cass's social worker, requesting that her daughters meet the Rosenbaums. Soon Lee and Millie began visiting the Rosenbaum home. Despite being 2, Lee was not yet speaking and had inconsistent eating habits, while 4-year-old Millie acted protectively toward her younger sister. During these visits, the sister's temporary caregiver, Patricia Lambert, who meticulously documented everything related to the girls' care, noticed concerning signs. After visits to the Rosenbaums, the girls would return with burns and bruises. Patricia reported these incidents to social services, but her concerns went unaddressed. Persisting, Patricia even brought the girls directly to the agency, supporting her claims with photographs, but still no action was taken. Speculation arose that Jennifer, leveraging her professional connections, influenced the outcome. Jennifer even claimed the injuries occurred during visits with the girls' biological family, a false statement that could have been disproven had Patricia's records been reviewed. Ultimately, the system failed the girls. On July 24, 2015, a judge ordered that Lila and Millie be permanently placed, with Jennifer and Joseph, bypassing essential requirements and paperwork needed to finalize their status as adoptive parents. After the girls moved in, Jennifer emailed Tessa, falsely stating that social services had mandated no visits for at least 30 days to allow the girls to adjust. Even after this period, Jennifer continued to fabricate reasons to restrict contact between the girls and their biological family, tightening her control and severing family connections entirely. Amid the ongoing manipulation, Tessa discovered she was pregnant again. Jennifer, who seemed intent on gaining custody of this new child as well, needed to keep lines of communication open and avoid further tension. Tessa, still somewhat trusting, often asked Jennifer to send her photos of her daughters. Although Jennifer had roughly 2,000 photos of Millie on her phone, she sent only the old ones. When Tessa specifically asked for a recent picture of Lee, Jennifer reluctantly obliged. The photo showed Lee with an injury near her eye, which Jennifer attributed to an accident at daycare. A false claim is Layla wasn't enrolled in any such program. The case was overseen by a social worker tasked with making monthly home visits, documenting observations, and conducting private interviews with each girl to assess their physical and emotional well-being. However, none of the reports from these visits indicated any signs of trouble. Then, in August 2015, a neighbor noticed bruising around both of Lila's eyes. Jennifer explained that Lila had fallen down the stairs and hit her nose. Unconvinced the neighbor, a nurse urged Jennifer to take Lila to the children's hospital immediately. Hours later, realizing Jennifer hadn't sought medical care, the neighbor confronted her, again stressing the potential severity of head injuries in young children. Jennifer promised she would go the next day. Such concerning incidents continued. In October 2015, Layla sustained a leg injury, later diagnosed as a fracture at the emergency room. Jennifer claimed it happened during a gymnastics class at her grandmother's house, a statement that was later disproved when it was revealed Lila wasn't enrolled in any such activity. Then, on the night of November 17, 2015, a 911 operator received a frantic call from Jennifer. She reported that her young adopted daughter was struggling to breathe, supposedly choking on a piece of chicken for over 13 minutes. The operator provided CPR instructions, but Jennifer claimed she was too afraid of performing the procedure incorrectly. In her panic, she described trying to dislodge the food with her fingers and even using a butter knife. Tragically, Lee passed away moments before paramedics arrived. Upon arrival, paramedics attempted resuscitation, but it was too late. They noticed concerning injuries on Layla, including marks on her back. When asked about them, Jennifer claimed she had no knowledge of their origin, citing Layla's adoption at the hospital. Further examination revealed a disturbing number of injuries, prompting staff to alert social services and authorities. Millie was also brought to the hospital, where she was found to have bruises in various stages of healing on her hip, head, arm and back, clear signs of child abuse. A nurse noted that while Millie's injuries weren't as severe as Layla's, they were nonetheless concerning. This discovery led police to investigate the home environment, eventually moving Millie back to Patricia's care. The following day, on November 18, 2015, An autopsy on Lila revealed extensive injuries, including numerous bruises and fractures. The cause of death was identified as blunt force trauma to the abdomen rather than airway obstruction, as Jennifer had claimed. With these findings, Jennifer and Joseph were arrested. They posted bail and returned home, causing outrage within the biological family and the community. The case also sent shock waves through the Child Welfare Department, leading to the dismissal of the two social workers responsible for overseeing Lee and Millie's case. After an internal review found they had ignored critical warning signs that could have prevented the abuse. In July 2019, the trial against the Rosenbaums began with 49 charges, including murder, aggravated assault, and child cruelty. In relation to Leia's death and Millie's injuries, both Jennifer and Joseph pleaded not guilty, with Jennifer's defense claiming she unintentionally caused Lee's injuries while attempting to remove food from her throat. However, Millie's heart-wrenching testimony recounted specific incidents of physical punishment inflicted by Jennifer on both her and Lila, exposing the brutality of their treatment. In October 2019, both were found guilty. Jennifer was sentenced to life in prison plus 40 years, while Joseph received 50 years with 30 in prison and 20 on probation. Jennifer appealed her sentence, arguing ineffective representation, but the state Supreme Court denied her appeal in March 2023. Lee's tragic death and Millie's harrowing experiences sparked intense public debate on foster care oversight and child protection laws, highlighting how a single failure in the system can lead to catastrophic consequences for vulnerable children. Story N. As the sun set in a quiet Florida neighborhood, neighbors were startled by sudden shouts and urgent knocks on their doors. Ashley Benefield appeared on a neighbor's doorstep holding a gun and looking terrified. She pleaded for help, saying she had no choice but to defend herself. Inside her home, Douglas Benefield lay badly injured as paramedics rushed in and police began securing the area. How had things come to this point? Was it just the result of built-up tension, or was there something deeper and more troubling in their relationship? Douglas Benfield was born on October 2, 1961 in Palo Alto, California. He was the second child of John and his wife, Suzanne, who had 3 children in total. Wesley Douglas and David Suzanne, a teacher, and John, an aerospace engineer, upheld values of discipline and hard work in their home. John's career later took the family to Huntsville, Alabama, a city known for its role in advanced aerospace development. Douglas thrived in this environment, displaying curiosity and enthusiasm. He was especially close to his brother David, and together they often attended church camps organized by their mother, who was actively involved in the religious community. As Dougal entered high school, he joined the wrestling team, which allowed him to channel his dedication and passion. He quickly became one of the school's top wrestlers, inspiring his younger brother David, who would later follow in his footsteps. David often recalled how Douglas supported and encouraged him during his first match, a memory he cherished deeply. Around this time, however, the family faced a tragic loss when John passed away. This hardship led Suzanne to return to her native Texas with her children seeking support from family as they coped with their grief. After graduating from high school, Douglas pursued a biology degree at a local university. Those close to him remember this period fondly, as he not only excelled academically but also co-founded a fraternity demonstrating leadership and teamwork. During his college years, Douglas also discovered a passion for art, an interest that led him to create murals and design logos, distinguishing himself in very IOU's academic projects. Despite these new interests, he remained dedicated to wrestling, eventually ranking among the top 10 wrestlers in the state. After completing his degree, Douglas enlisted in the Navy, initially serving as a navigator and co-pilot on aircraft carriers. He continued his training at flight school, where he earned the rank of naval flight officer. In the early 1990s, Douglas met someone special, leading to a whirlwind romance and marriage unfought. Fortunately, the marriage ended in divorce as quickly as it began. Douglas refocused on his career, enrolling in intelligence training and joining the Naval Intelligence Division. After achieving the rank of lieutenant commander, he retired from the Navy, ending a distinguished military career. Seeking a new direction, he moved to Charleston, South Carolina, where he opened a restaurant. His military background also allowed him to work as a consultant for security and communications tech and technology firms, securing government contracts. During this time, he met a single mother of two, and the two married in 1999, creating a blended family. However, despite appearances, their relationship was sometimes tumultuous, with reports of conflict, including physical altercations, that they chose not to report. Nevertheless, life went on, and in 2001 they welcomed a daughter, Eva. Shortly after Eva's birth, Dougal underwent a vasectomy. The following years appeared stable, as Douglas managed several tech businesses, working with both private clients and government projects. Eventually, he became involved in national security initiatives focusing on strategic policy development. As Douglas' professional obligations increased, he was frequently away from home, which strained his relationship with his wife to the point where they began sleeping in separate rooms. In December 2015, Eva returned home from school one day to find the front door locked and no response from her mother. Worried, she crawled through the bushes to a window. With the help of a neighbor who forced the door open, they discovered her mother's lifeless body. The emergency services were called and her remains were taken to the morgue, where an autopsy later revealed that the woman had passed away from an undiagnosed heart condition. This unexpected loss deeply affected the family, and Douglas found solace in faith. He began attending church regularly and started each day by reading Bible verses, sharing them with his daughter. By 2016, he had established connections in political circles, particularly with prominent donors of the Republican presidential campaign. During a summer fundraiser in Florida, he met Ashley Burns, a striking young woman born in Texas in 1991, to Alicia and Raymond Burns. Ashley had been immersed in ballet from a young age, working with renowned instructors and joining prestigious ballet companies. However, at 23, a leg injury forced her to retire from professional ballet, setting her on a new path. Ashley subsequently began teaching dance classes to children and maintained costumes for student workshops. She also explored modeling, primarily in swimwear and lingerie photography, though her success was limited. On a personal note, Ashley had been through a divorce after a 2-year marriage and remained close to her mother. She was a dedicated Republican and, after attending a political event, met then presidential candidate Donald Trump. This encounter led her to join his campaign office in Florida, where she met Douglas at a fundraising dinner. Her beauty, paired with her elegance as a former ballerina, immediately caught his attention. Despite their significant age difference, Douglas was 54 and she was 24, they connected effortlessly. That evening later, Douglas texted her expressing ingratitude for the time they shared. 2 days later, when Douglas flew to Israel for business, he and Ashley maintained a steady flow of text messages resembling two teenagers in love. As they got to know each other better through these exchanges, they discovered shared interests, from a deep religious faith to similar music tastes. Both also shared a notable enthusiasm for collecting firearms. Upon Douglas' return to the US, they had already decided to marry to keep their plans private even from Douglas' daughter Eva. On September 6, 2016, they married in a small private ceremony in Charleston, with only a close friend of Douglas as a witness. Ashley then moved into Douglas' home. Their early days of marriage faced an unexpected complication when Eva's friend Sydney moved in due to issues at home. Douglas and Ashley handled this situation with composure, eventually becoming Sydney's legal guardians. Despite her efforts, Ashley struggled to connect with Eva, who was still grieving her mother's death. It didn't help that Eva had been unaware of her father's plans to remarry. Ashley made numerous attempts to bond by sharing activities like watching ballet videos and working on gardening projects, but she couldn't shake her insecurity and jealousy, sensing that Douglas would always prioritize his daughter over her. In early 2017, the couple decided to pursue a shared dream by launching a ballet company in Charleston. They sought to challenge traditional ballet norms by recruiting dancers from diverse backgrounds, creating an inclusive space for talent. At the same time, Ashley persuaded Douglas to undergo a vasectomy reversal so they could have a child together. This succeeded, and in July of that year they learned they were expecting. However, the news intensified tensions between Ashley and Eva, especially when Ashley found Eva's diary revealing the girl's deep resentment toward her. The diary discovery ignited a series of arguments between Douglas and Ashley that grew increasingly frequent and intense. During one confrontation, Douglas punched a wall, later even lashing out at the family pets. In another heated moment, he threw a gun toward Ashley, leaving a hole in the wall. He then raised the weapon to his own head, threatening to end his life, only to discharge it toward the ceiling. Moments later, astonishingly, a few days after this explosive incident, they held a party at a hotel to formally announce their marriage to friends. In August, Ashley experienced significant discomfort related to her pregnancy. After discussing it with Douglas, they agreed she would rest at her mother's house in Florida while he stayed back to organize ballet company logistics on September 18th, the long-awaited launch of their ballet company. Douglas was busy at the studio supervising the dancers' arrival. Meanwhile, Ashley made the 600m journey to Florida. She quietly packed her belongings, left a letter on the table and departed without a word. In the note, she described Douglas as possessive and controlling, alluding to the gun incident. She expressed fear for her own life and that of their unborn child. She warned him not to contact her, threatening to involve the police if he tried. After reading her letter, Douglas was filled with regret and began texting Ashley promising to change. For weeks, he sent apologies, declarations of love and assurances of a different future. Ashley's responses, however, remained practical, focusing only on company contracts and financial matters. Despite his continued promises, Ashley wasn't open to reconciliation. She eventually contacted the police, informing them of Douglas' anger issues and recounting the incident with the firearm. As a result of the ongoing conflict, Child Protective Services visited Douglas' home and conducted an interview with his daughter Eva. Following this, Douglas was required to undergo a comprehensive psychological evaluation. However, the results showed no signs of mental health issues, nor was he considered a threat. Ultimately, he was cleared of the accusations. By this point, though, Douglas was grappling with financial issues. As his efforts to save the ballet company were in vain, the initial investment, they barely was secure, didn't exist. Despite his optimism, he hoped to secure enough funding to avoid exposing the truth. Under mounting pressure, he borrowed tens of thousands of dollars to cover the first payroll. Nonetheless, by late October, half of the dancers were dismissed and Ashley publicly distanced herself from the organization. On social media, Douglas asked her to take down the post to avoid affecting the remaining dancers, but she refused. Shortly afterward, he admitted the financial reality and had no choice but to close the company. Meanwhile, in Florida, Ashley's health was worsening, plagued by intense pain and fatigue. After numerous unsuccessful medical attempts to diagnose her condition, she sent a hair sample to a lab, which revealed dangerously high toxin levels, suggesting potential intentional exposure. She then recalled the tea Douglas prepared for her each morning and began suspecting that he might have been poisoning her, perhaps even contributing to his previous wife's sudden death. Soon after, Douglas, unaware of her suspicions, sent her a package of tea bags. Ashley, however, avoided drinking it, opting to take it to the police for analysis by a specialized team. Tests later showed no traces of toxic substances. 3 weeks before her due date, Ashley checked into a hospital without informing Douglas from the beginning. She told medical staff that she believed her husband had poisoned her, exposing her unborn baby to heavy metals. She also accused him of domestic violence, claiming he had held her captive and harassed her in Florida. While her claims couldn't be substantiated, the hospital took precautions for her safety and assigned her a new name. After a cesarean section, her daughter was born healthy. Nevertheless, Ashley immediately sought hyperbaric oxygen treatments for the baby, enrolling her newborn in 26 sessions. In late July 2018, Ashley and Douglas came face-to-face for the first time in months. At a courthouse in Florida, Douglas sought custody of his daughter, whom he hadn't yet met. Meanwhile, Ashley, alleging domestic violence and attempted poisoning, requested a restraining order against him. After a 2-day hearing, the judge denied Ashley's request and decided on shared custody of their daughter, citing insufficient evidence of poisoning or related illness. Following the court's decision, they were required to attend counseling sessions together for the sake of their child during Easter weekend in 2019, while having dinner as a family, Ashley and her mother privately questioned Eva. Ashley's suspicions of Douglas hadn't faded, and she wondered aloud if he might have been involved in the death of his second wife. Eva tried to reassure them, insisting her father was a good man. The following year, Douglas noticed Ashley wearing what appeared to be an engagement ring. He secretly installed a tracking device in her car and hired a private investigator, confirming that she was seeing someone new. Ashley, on the other hand, filed a police report accusing Douglas of allegedly abusing their young daughter, prompting him to file for divorce. After an investigation, authorities found no evidence supporting the allegations. Frustrated, Douglas emailed the police claiming Ashley had a split personality. By then, their relationship seemed irreparable. Yet in mid-2020, despite divorce proceedings, Ashley surprised Douglas by reaching out, hinting at reconciliation. They began seeing each other again and, hopeful that things might work out, made plans to move in together. Douglas rented an apartment close to Ashley's mother's home, packed up his belongings and arranged for a moving truck. On September 27, 2020, when Douglas arrived in Florida, Ashley's mother took their daughter for a walk. While the couple settled into their new home, suddenly a heated argument erupted, loud enough for a neighbor to hear concerned. The neighbor immediately called 911. Moments later, Ashley, carrying a firearm, ran to a neighboring house, knocking on the door and asking for help. The armed neighbor also contacted emergency services. When paramedics arrived, followed closely by police officers, the entire team secured the area. The paramedics noted that Douglas was still breathing, though he had multiple injuries, including wounds to his leg and arm. A bullet had also penetrated his chest cavity, complicating his condition. Despite all efforts to save him, Douglas was pronounced dead at a local hospital an hour later that night. Ashley claimed she acted in self-defense, offering few details to detectives. Meanwhile, her mother asserted that she and Ashley had endured domestic abuse from Douglas for over 3 years, adding that they had attempted to seek help on multiple occasions but received no support. Ashley's lawyer told a detective that her client had been planning an escape to get away from Douglas once and for all. According to her, Ashley had arranged for a psychologist, 2 attorneys, a disposable phone, a safe location and a rental car. She intended to execute the plan the next day, fearing Douglas might discover her intentions. Though Ashley wasn't initially arrested, investigators began to uncover inconsistencies in her self-defense claim. For instance, there were no weapons or blunt objects near Douglas, and Ashley showed no visible injuries or bruises. In November 2020, Ashley was formally arrested and charged with second-degree murder. After pleading not guilty and posting bail, she was released. A week later, she was allowed visitation with her daughter, but primary custody was granted to her mother. Despite her legal troubles, Ashley continued to give interviews defending her version of events. As the case garnered national attention, Ashley became widely compared to the protagonist of the 2010 film Black Swan, a psychological thriller set in the ballet world. After many legal twists and delays, Ashley's trial took place in the summer of 2024. According to the prosecution, Ashley had always intended to be a single mother and never planned to grant Douglas visitation rights for them. Her abuse claims were merely part of a strategy to achieve this goal. Ashley and her defense maintained their original story, and during her turn on the stand, she captivated the court and the nation following the trial by recounting with deep emotion her account of what happened on that tragic day. Her defense argued that authorities had failed to respond appropriately to her numerous complaints against Douglas and that she suffered from battered woman syndrome. Among Ashley's supporters in the courtroom were her mother and her 6-year-old daughter, who even spoke to a journalist stating she was doing what was right for her mother. Despite this, after a late-night deliberation, the jury found Ashley Benfield guilty not of the murder charge she faced, but of the lesser charge of manslaughter in the death of her husband, Douglas Benfield. The minimum penalty for this charge was 11 years in prison, with a maximum of 30 years. Afterward, Eva praised the verdict in a video posted on social media. Ashley's defense team, however, quickly expressed dissatisfaction with the verdict, announcing their intention to file for a mistrial citing alleged juror misconduct. Although Ashley's sentencing was initially set for October 22, 2024, the judge announced that he would consider the defense's motion claiming juror bias, possibly due to alleged dishonesty in a juror's responses and the potential use of a cell phone during deliberations. As of the final week of October 2024, our investigation found that the court was still deliberating on the defense's motion. Ashley's fate remained uncertain, as she could face up to 30 years in prison if the judge denies the motion and issues a sentence. Story 10. On a quiet June morning, Kevin Mangle went about his usual workday completely unaware that someone was watching him closely, waiting for the right moment to make a move. Nearby sat a bottle of iced tea, a favorite drink he assumed would help him get through the day. But what he didn't know was that this tea held a dark secret, and it wasn't just meant to quench his thirst. What started as a quiet day would soon turn into something unimaginable, a story of betrayal, a twisted romance, and the shocking length someone close to Kevin was willing to go to get what they wanted. Morgan Marie Wixon, later known as Morgan Mangle, was born on September 25, 1975 in Pennsylvania, USA. Details about her early years and personal life are scarce from what little information is available. It's known that Morgan's relationship with her family faced challenges, especially as she grew into adolescence, adopting a rebellious attitude that her parents disapproved of. Still, the Wixon hoped she would eventually find direction and stability in life. In 1997, fate led Morgan to cross paths with a young man, Kevin Mangle Jr., who was just a year younger than her. Their connection was immediate, and they soon became a couple. Kevin was born on July 2, 1976 in Springfield, Pennsylvania, the oldest of three children of Kevin Mangle, Sr. and Kathleen, known affectionately as Kevin Sr. His father was a respected local businessman, and Kevin grew up in a close-knit family with his siblings, Christopher and Michelle. However, by the time Kevin finished high school in 1995, his parents had amicably divorced, each moving on to new relationships. Kevin Sr. settled in Downingtown with his second wife, and Kathleen remarried, Dr. Richard Barton adopting his last name, and settled in Westchester. The family separation had a deep impact on Kevin, as he valued family above all else, though he experienced periods of distance from his father. Those who knew him described Kevin as ambitious, hardworking, and determined. When he met Morgan, he believed he had found the ideal partner to build the family he'd always dreamed of. Friends recalled that Morgan was initially affectionate and seemed to complement him well. However, as time passed, Morgan's behavior began to raise concerns, revealing a pattern of deception. One early red flag surfaced when, about a year into their relationship, Morgan attended a family dinner at the Mongols' home with an unexpectedly noticed belly. When someone asked if she was pregnant, Morgan denied it, claiming she was simply bloated. Yet just one day later she gave birth to a baby girl named Mercedes. Even in the hospital, Morgan insisted she hadn't known she was pregnant. Despite her family's doubts, her demeanor lacked the usual excitement of a new mother, which surprised the Mongol. Although Kevin was thrilled at becoming a father, overjoyed, he and Morgan decided to marry soon after their daughter's birth. Following their wedding, Kevin established a landscaping business, with Morgan helping him run it. Their family expanded with two more children, Kevin Jr. and Billy, and Kevin devoted himself to his family, even naming the business with the initials of his children. Although they appeared to be a happy, perfect family, tensions began to surface. Reports suggested that Morgan had been involved with some of Kevin's friends and that he was aware of her infidelities. Heartbroken but unwilling to break up his family, Kevin remained steadfast, hoping to provide a stable home for his children, despite the toll it took on him. In 2009, Morgan left their home on several occasions, staying with her mother, but always returning. Even his friends described an increasingly turbulent relationship. Kevin's devotion to family extended to reconciling with his father that year, and they grew closer than ever. Even as his marriage became strained, he remained hopeful, valuing unity and stability for his children. By spring 2010, things seemed to be in relative order. That year, a 21-year-old named Stephen Chappell, known as Steve, joined Kevin's landscaping business. Kevin quickly trusted and valued Steve as a team member, unaware that his presence would alter Kevin's life forever. On June 20th, Father's Day, the Mongols had planned a family picnic where Kevin was looking forward to reuniting with his father after many years. Yet as time passed and Kevin didn't appear, his family grew anxious. Kathleen received a message from Morgan explaining they wouldn't be attending due to unforeseen circumstances. This puzzled everyone, knowing how much Kevin had anticipated this reunion. Familiar with the couple's dynamics, his family couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, given Morgan's history of infidelity, financial deceptions, and even arrests for petty theft and bad checks as worry grew. Family members began calling and messaging Kevin, but he didn't respond. Upon piecing together their recent interactions, they realized that no one had seen or heard from him for several days. For Kevin's family, his silence was uncharacteristic and concerning. Close as he was with his mother, he would never go so long without contacting her, leaving them certain that something was very wrong. Concerned family members grew increasingly anxious as Kevin remained unreachable, prompting Kathleen to contact the police and officially report his disappearance. The following Monday, officers visited Kevin in Morgan's apartment, where they encountered Morgan, who seemed calm and unconcerned. She explained to the officers that Kevin had messaged her to say he was fine but needed a break, instructing her to take over the landscaping business temporarily. According to Morgan, Kevin had felt overwhelmed by business pressures and decided to step away for a bit. She showed the officers text messages sent from Kevin's phone supporting her claim, leading them to conclude that Kevin was merely taking a personal break. Consequently, they decided not to pursue an investigation at that time. However, Kevin's family found this hard to believe. They couldn't imagine him abandoning his children without warning. Determined to reach him, they continued calling and texting, but each time they attempted a call they received only brief text replies telling them to leave him alone and let Morgan handle the business. The lack of phone conversations, along with the unusually short messages filled with abbreviations uncharacteristic of Kevin's usual writing style, only heightened their worry. Suspicious, the Mangles alerted the police again, who then initiated a missing persons investigation. Detectives soon discovered that Kevin had allegedly left home on June 15th following an argument with Morgan. Just a week after Kevin's disappearance, the family learned Morgan was seeing another man, Steve Chappell, a young man, 13 years her junior, who had recently started working in Kevin's landscaping business. When questioned, Morgan explained that Kevin had been fond of Steve, viewing him almost as a brother, and had asked him to help take care of the children in his absence. She even introduced Steve to her children as Uncle Steve, but suspicions only grew, especially as people saw Morgan and Steve acting affectionately in public, holding hands and lounging together at the apartment pool. Additionally, Steve was frequently seen driving Morgan's truck while out with the children, leaving Kevin's friends and family stunned. Police then brought Steve in for questioning. Under pressure, Steve admitted to having an affair with Morgan, stating she had initiated the relationship by showering him with compliments until he fell in love with her. Steve described intimate encounters in Morgan's truck and at the company workshop, but denied that Kevin knew of their affair. During the interview, Interv detectives warned Steve that if anything had happened to Kevin, suspicion would naturally fall on him overcome. Steve broke down in tears and refused to answer further questions. Days later, as the investigation progressed, Kathleen received an unexpected request from Morgan to watch the children for a few days, arousing suspicions that Morgan might be planning to flee. On June 24th, Kevin's brother, Chris, and some friends decided to keep watch outside Morgan's apartment early that morning. They saw Steve leaving the apartment with a bag, followed shortly by Morgan, who loaded more bags into a truck before driving off. Notably, the children were not with them. Chris immediately alerted the detectives and began following them. The pair drove to the landscaping business, where one of the detectives was coincidentally present, hoping to uncover any clue to Kevin's whereabouts. When Morgan exited the vehicle, the truck's back was filled with clothing. She walked past the detective in a hurry, but when he tried to speak to her, Steve suddenly sped away in the truck. Confronted, Morgan claimed that Steve might have harmed Kevin, leading the police to take her to the station for further questioning. During the interrogation, Morgan admitted that Steve had expressed his love for her and his willingness to do anything to be with her. When detectives asked if she thought Steve had hurt Kevin, she quickly revealed that Steve had struck Kevin in the back of the head with a shovel. Morgan was then left in the interrogation room while police used phone tracking to try to locate Steve. Though they didn't find him immediately, they uncovered something far more incriminating: an extensive exchange of messages between Steve and Morgan. Realizing these texts might hold clues to Kevin's disappearance, a dedicated team spent hours analyzing the conversations. That same afternoon, they discovered the extent of the chilling plan Morgan and her lover had devised to eliminate Kevin and G's control of the business and children. In one exchange, Morgan had explicitly told Steve that once Kevin was gone, they could take over the company and build a life together as a family. The investigation revealed a premeditated scheme involving poisonous nicotine. Messages showed that on the evening of June 16, 2010, Steve had been in his mother's kitchen concocting a potent nicotine solution, lethal with just a few drops. After researching its preparation online, once the poison was ready, Steve added it to Kevin's favorite tea and handed it to Morgan the next morning. She placed the bottle in Kevin's truck, hoping he would drink it throughout the day. Sure enough, while working, Kevin took a sip to quench his thirst, unaware that Steve was watching him closely. When the tea didn't seem to take effect immediately and Kevin continued working as usual, the two resorted to their backup plan. Steve texted Morgan indicating he was ready to act with a shovel in hand, waiting for Kevin to bend down. Around 10:20 a.m., while Kevin was trimming hedges, Steve seized the moment, striking him hard on the head with the shovel. The blow was so forceful that the shovel broke, prompting Steve to grab another and continue the assault until Kevin stopped breathing. Steve messaged Morgan confirming it's done, to which she insisted on seeing for herself. Morgan arrived at the workshop, reportedly stepping over her husband's live body, showing no remorse for the man she'd been married to for 13 years. She kissed Steve and took control of the situation, giving him instructions to dispose of the evidence and the body. Together, they wrapped Kevin in a top, bound it with rope and hid his body in an unused garage at the landscaping company. After cleaning up, they left the scene. According to court records, they appeared to take satisfaction in their actions, with Morgan even joking about endorsing the brand of tea they used in their failed poison attempt. 4 days later, Steve transported Kevin's body to a wooded area behind his former high school, where he buried him in a shallow grave. He had dug in advance. Meanwhile, Morgan began using Kevin's phone, sending texts to his family, friends, and even herself, attempting to create the illusion that he was still alive and simply taking time away. However, she failed to consider that technology could reveal both phones' locations as the same, a clue that would soon unravel their plan. While still at the police station, Morgan was confronted with the incriminating messages and she was promptly placed under arrest. By tracking their cell phone locations, authorities found Kevin's burial site shortly afterward. 2 days later, Steve, who had fled to Colorado in Morgan's truck, was apprehended. Although he initially resisted extradition, he eventually agreed to return to Pennsylvania, where he tearfully confessed to everything. On July 18th, a memorial service was held for Kevin, with his family asking for donations to a trust fund for his children instead of flowers. The children were left in the care of Kathleen and her husband, with support from extended family, as they faced the challenge of helping them cope with the tragic loss of their father and the absence of their mother. As the family mourned, they found solace in knowing the perpetrators of Kevin's murder were behind bars and facing justice. During the trial, shocking evidence emerged that revealed Morgan's depravity from prison. She had sent Steve letters claiming she was pregnant with twins and that he was the father, hoping to manipulate him into taking sole responsibility for the murder. She even sent fake birth certificates describing the twins in detail, but investigators quickly exposed her lies. Ultimately, Steve cooperated with authorities, becoming the prosecution's key witness at Morgan's trial. He recounted how their affair began, how Morgan persuaded him to participate in the plan to kill Kevin with nicotine poison and, when that failed, to attack Kevin with a shovel. Steve described burying Kevin's body behind his high school and the extensive communication between him and Morgan before, during, and after the murder. Morgan continued to attempt deception, even posting messages on social media to imply Kevin was simply taking time off. However, Steve revealed that she had tried manipulating him from prison by pretending to have given birth to twins, hoping he would take the fall. On February 3, 2012, a twist arose when a judge declared a mistrial due to the testimony of a police sergeant who mentioned an interaction with Morgan's father, implying she was capable of heinous actions. This comment was deemed prejudicial, leading to a new trial. Despite the setback, the Mangle family remained hopeful that justice would prevail for Kevin. The second trial began on February 5, 2013. At her initial hearing, Morgan, now 37, pled guilty to first and third-degree murder, conspiracy, and possession of a deadly instrument, sentenced to life without parole and an additional 20 years on probation. Morgan expressed remorse through a statement read by her attorney, acknowledging the void she had left in Kevin's family. On February 11, Steve Chappell, age 24, pled guilty to third-degree murder and conspiracy to commit at first-degree murder, receiving a sentence of 40 to 80 years in Pennsylvania State Prison. In contrast to Morgan, Steve spoke directly, expressing deep regret for his actions and stating he would never forgive himself. Story 11. The scene was unsettling, a quiet suburban home in Essex. Its lights dimmed, curtains drawn tightly against the outside world. When police finally forced their way inside, they didn't know what to expect, but what they found would leave a lasting chill. In the dim light, Virginia McCullough stood eerily calm, pointing officers toward hidden corners of the house as she recounted details of a story too twisted to imagine. Her gaze was steady, her voice void of remorse as she directed them to her secret, buried beneath layers of deception. What unfolded next would shatter the peace of this quiet neighborhood and force everyone who knew Virginia and her family to question how they had missed the signs. Virginia McCullough was born in 1988 in England's county of Essex. Details about her childhood and family life are scarce, though it's known. She was the youngest of 5 daughters born to John and Lois McCullough. Those who remember Virginia describe her as a reserved and somewhat eccentric girl who struggled with social connections. Her teenage years were marked by various issues and repeated attempts to leave home. According to her sisters, Virginia had had a tendency from an early age to fabricate stories and deceive people, though she was never involved in anything truly serious. While details about her education are unclear, she had a long-standing interest in the arts. Her last known job was as a waitress in 2017. As the Muller daughters grew up, each went on to start their own families, leaving their parents alone in the family home where they had lived for over 20 years. Virginia was the only daughter who didn't marry or have children, so when John and Lois retired, she moved back in with them to care for their needs and manage household finances. No one could have foreseen the chilling events that would unfold, shocking all of Britain. John McCullough, born on January 8, 1949, was a dedicated father and husband, known for his years as a university professor in business studies. He was well-read, jovial, and always ready with a joke, keeping his family entertained with his humor. He enjoyed billiards and golf in his free time. Lois, who was reportedly born on October 15, 1948, was more reserved but equally caring. She had a long career in education and a keen interest in British royal history. Through her love of correspondence, she developed lasting friendships with people in the UK and abroad. A shared love of the sea defined the McCullough family. They frequently travelled to coastal destinations and spoke of retiring to the sunny shores of CL Act and Onk by 2019. John and Lois then, in their early 70s, were pleased to have Virginia managing household duties, shopping, and bills. Her sisters felt reassured knowing their parents weren't alone. Even if they had concerns about Virginia's tendency to exaggerate, still they trusted she wouldn't harm or neglect their parents. Virginia herself was an enigmatic figure in the neighborhood, sometimes seen as friendly, though her dark humor and aloofness made her something of a neighbors noticed that the Muller house was always neat, though at night it took on an unsettling air with drawn curtains and quick shadows inside. Given her parents' advanced age and multiple health conditions, it was odd to see such movements. John suffered from conditions like high blood pressure and diabetes, while Lois battled anxiety and a grob. Virginia too claimed various health issues and spoke of career aspirations in the arts, which she said would benefit the family financially. For years everything seemed normal. The Muller sisters stayed connected through letters receiving greetings from their parents for birthdays and holidays. However, by mid-2019, sightings of JN and Lois became rare, with Virginia explaining their absences as due to illness or vacations. Alan Thompson, a neighbor who had rented out a television to the Muller, recalled receiving a call from Virginia notifying him of a cancellation. When his staff arrived to retrieve the television, Virginia had it placed by the door, refusing them entry with the onset of COVID-19 lockdowns. Most neighbors didn't think much of it when the Muller weren't seen, assuming they were staying indoors for health reasons. However, on August 18, 2023, Virginia herself alerted authorities reporting an assault in her backyard. Police responded, interviewed her inside the house and eventually dismissed the case. The investigation initially had nothing to do with Lois and JN. According to various explanations Virginia gave to people who inquired about her parents, they were either at a beach, recovering from a health issue, or attending a medical appointment. When asked by a local shop worker where JN and Lois were regular customers, Virginia mentioned they had moved to a seaside home, while to others she claimed they were on vacation. However, their doctor began to worry as more time passed without seeing the couple. Virginia frequently cancelled their appointments with different excuses, which especially concerned the doctor, due to Jay's need for constant medication. On September 1, 2023, the doctor reached out to the county's adult protection team in Essex voicing concerns over the couple's missed medical visits. The case was forwarded to the Essex police, who initially opened it as a missing persons investigation. On September 13, when officers interviewed Virginia, she insisted her parents were traveling and would return in October. When asked to call them, she claimed they hadn't taken their phones since they weren't very tech-savvy. The officers, however, grew increasingly suspicious about the prolonged absence and Virginia's explanations. 2 days later, on September 15, they returned to the residence with a search warrant, and what they found left the once quiet community in shock. Body cameras on the officers recorded the moment they broke down the back door of the Culler residence. As an officer pointed a taser at Virginia, she was placed in handcuffs and informed she was under arrest for the murder of JN and Lois. When asked about her parents' whereabouts, Virginia calmly gestured towards a corner near the stairs, indicating where John's body lay. She then directed another officer to the kitchen, explaining what they would find in the upper part of the house. In chilling detail, Virginia described crushing pills and putting them in her parents' drinks, realizing around 6 a.m. the following day that JN had died. According to Virginia's account, when she went to her mother's room, Lois, who didn't usually drink alcohol, was still awake, fearing her mother would discover what she had done. Virginia decided she needed to kill her too. She grabbed a hammer, a sharp object and a pair of gardening gloves, entering and exiting her mother's room multiple times. On the third attempt, she hit Lois, who turned to look at her bewildered and asked what she was doing. Virginia hesitated briefly but then struck again, finding the hammer inadequate. She went to retrieve a sharper tool, wanting her mother's death to be painless, as Jay's had been. On the morning of June 18, Virginia went into the town of Chelmsford to purchase sleeping bags and gloves, paying with John's credit card. That afternoon she visited her doctor for a cut on her finger, claiming it happened while chopping vegetables. After being treated, she returned Ed home and began the gruesome task of hiding her parents' remains. Disturbingly, this horror had unfolded on July 17 and 18, 2019, meaning Virginia had lived alongside her parents' bodies for over 4 years. According to records, 2 days later, on June 20, Virginia ordered 40 building blocks, cement, and sand. A month after she ordered other supplies, including a ladder, a roll of paper, and extra strong tape. Following her confession, Virginia was taken to the police station where she remained in custody. As the investigation unfolded, officers sealed off the residence as a crime scene and, with a forensic team's assistance, began the process of retrieving the bodies. Virginia directed the police to the weapons she had used to attack Lois. John's body was found on the ground floor, concealed in a makeshift mausoleum of masonry blocks and wooden panels, PL plastered with white caulking, covered in blankets and decorations. The structure appeared to be a bed. Inside they found layers of plastic and other materials wrapped around Jay's remains, which were enclosed in a sleeping bag. Lois' remains, as Virginia had described, were found in a double closet on the second floor, wrapped in plastic and placed in a sleeping bag. Both bodies in an advanced state of decomposition. They were transported to the local morgue where dental records were used for identification. A preliminary forensic report published in October confirmed that Lois Muller had died from stab wounds to the neck and chest. John's cause of death was initially undetermined and listed as pending further investigation. During the search, Police uncovered documents showing Virginia's attempts to hide the financial disaster she had created. Not only had she abused her parents' trust by living rent-free, but she had also drained their accounts and racked up credit card debt in their names. Investigators found falsified bank statements and letters showing she'd taken out loans in their names and fabricated excuses to delay repayments, convincing her parents that she'd lost funds in scams. Through forensic analysis of her records, it was revealed that Virginia had fabricated a stable employment story for her parents, claiming she hadn't been paid because the company she worked for had been hit by a cyber attack. Investigators also uncovered 145 phone numbers linked to Virginia between 2022 and 2023, as well as 10 numbers linked to Lois and 16 to John, with one phone going through at least 78 SM card swaps in less than a year. It's believed these numbers were used by Virginia to deceive family members, especially her siblings, about her parents' whereabouts. Just after committing the crime, on June 18, 2019, Virginia sent a message to one of her sisters, impersonating Lois and claiming they were on a week-long trip. Virginia sometimes mimicked Lois' voice to fool her siblings and also to speak with her parents, doctor, cancelling appointments and assuring them that she and John were perfectly fine. The investigation revealed that after her parents' deaths, Virginia continued collecting their pensions, benefiting from them as well as from loans obtained through credit cards and asset sales totaling $195,000. Records showed that Virginia had accumulated a lot of debt in online gambling debts, which combined with other unpaid bills. Shortly after her arrest on September 19, 2023, Virginia appeared via video. The judge ordered her to remain in custody until a plea hearing scheduled for December 1, where she was charged with 2 counts of murder. During this hearing, her defense requested more time to prepare expert witness reports, postponing her plea. On February 9, 2024, Virginia again appeared remotely and the next hearing was set for March 1, when it was announced that the trial would begin on October 7. However, in a July 4 session, Virginia pleaded guilty to both murder charges, facing a potential life sentence. Sentencing was scheduled for October 10, which took place the following day, October 11, 2024. During the sentencing, the Crown's representative detailed how Virginia had poisoned John with a lethal mix of prescribed medications diluted in alcoholic drinks, while she had attacked Lois with a hammer and a sharp object. It was revealed that Virginia had been orchestrating a complex scheme of fraud and deception well before the murders, leaving the entire family in financial turmoil. Additionally, she used her parents' credit cards, opened more accounts in their names, and described in disturbing detail how she concealed their bodies, living alongside them for over 4 years, while lying to everyone about their fate. In a statement, one of the detectives involved described the significant emotional toll Virginia's actions had on her family, emphasizing the complex of the investigation. Officers faced a challenging crime scene where they worked for days to gather necessary forensic evidence to create a comprehensive understanding of what had occurred. The court also heard that Virginia had reportedly planned the crime as early as March 2019. Her family described her as a compulsive liar who often complained of complex medical issues, including severe headaches. The prosecution noted that in the lead-up to the murders, Virginia would often send her parents to buy fast food, claiming she couldn't do so herself due to high levels of protein and toxins in her blood. However, none of these conditions were observed during her detention. The COVID-19 pandemic worked to Virginia's advantage, allowing her to extend the illusion of her parents' absence over 4 years. She reportedly called her parents' doctor's office 185 times, sometimes impersonating Lois. Virginia also accused her parents, particularly Lois, of being abusive, describing her mother as violent towards her daughters. In a joint statement, the Muller family vehemently denied these allegations, calling them lies and a disgusting misrepresentation of our family. The statement read after. The verdict celebrated the lives of Lois and JN, their careers, adventures, illnesses, love for their children and grandchildren, and the cherished memories they shared during the hearing. Body camera footage from the officers who had searched the home in September 2023 was played, showing Virginia coldly pointing out Jay's improvised tomb in the living room and confessing to the murder. When asked about her mother, she revealed she was upstairs in the closet but admitted she hadn't checked on her due to uncertainty about her condition. Up until that point, Virginia had shown no emotion, but she shed tears when she heard the prosecutor describe how she had taken her mother's life. In explaining Virginia's motives, the prosecution highlighted financial evidence showing that she had exploited her parents in life and ensured that she would continue to benefit from their pensions after their deaths. There was clear evidence that toward the end of her parents' lives, Virginia had pretended to be working and earning money, when she was in fact stealing from them and attempting to obtain loans in their names. A psychiatrist who evaluated Virginia testified that her lack of empathy and the callous nature of the fatal attacks reflected an emotional detachment often found in psychopathic personalities. The expert stated that while Virginia displayed traits of autism spectrum disorder, there was no substantial impairment in her ability to understand her actions, make rational judgments, or exercise self-control. Virginia was fully aware that her actions were wrong. She confided in the psychiatrist that she had always wanted her parents' deaths to be non-violent and claimed that she hadn't meticulously planned everything, but she kept a hammer as a backup weapon. She also mentioned that before the murders, she had once tampered with John's drink, using him as a test subject. Apparently, Virginia told the psychiatrist that after the crimes, she fell into depression, began self-harming, and often dreamed of Lois and John, while continuing to live in the house with their bodies. In closing arguments, the prosecution argued that the murders were financially motivated, pointing to the extensive measures Virginia took to hide the bodies, and requested a life sentence. Virginia's defense countered, arguing for a reduced sentence due to mitigating factors. They highlighted that she had confessed at the first opportunity during her arrest at home, providing full details of her actions. The defense emphasized her mental health struggles and remorse, asserting that these justified leniency, adding that Virginia had been the sole caregiver for her parents, without external support, and considered the funds obtained after their deaths as compensation for managing the household. The defense noted that Virginia didn't attempt to flee, acknowledging the pain caused to her siblings, and from the beginning admitted she deserved punishment. Her attorney stressed that, while Virginia's autism wasn't used as a defense, it may have influenced her decision-making leading up to the murders. Before issuing the sentence, the judge addressed Virginia, condemning her for deceiving and stealing from her parents for years, taking out credit in their names and spending the money on online gambling and purchases. The judge emphasized that Virginia struck her mother 8 times with a sharp object with defensive wounds on Lois' arms, indicating she was conscious of her daughter's deadly assault. The judge noted Virginia's deliberate and prolonged preparation, accumulating prescription drugs to use in her calculated plan. After the murders, she went to great lengths to conceal the bodies, maintaining the illusion of her parents' lives for over 4 years. However, the judge considered certain mitigating factors in the ruling, including psychiatric evaluations indicating Virginia displayed personality disorder symptoms and autism signs, along with subsequent depression and psychosis. Her cooperation with the police and expressions of remorse were also weighed heavily. Ultimately, the judge sentenced Virginia, now 36, to life in prison, with a minimum term of 36 years, minus the year spent in pretrial custody, allowing her to apply for parole in 2059. By then she would be 71, the same age her parents were when she took their lives and concealed their bodies within the home. Following the verdict, police commented that the case horrified even the most seasoned homicide detectives and shocked the community. Investigating officers described Virginia as an intelligent manipulator who killed her parents coldly without regard for the trauma it would inflict on her loved ones. Story 12. On the evening of November 2, 2001, Irene Jones and her daughter Isabella went out to celebrate Irene's 56th birthday. They shared what seemed like a lovely meal together before heading home, but by the end of the night only one of them would survive. After a quick stop for gas, Isabella walked into the house alone. She says she had no idea what was waiting inside. What unfolded would set off years of suspicion, uncover strange secrets, and leave friends and family questioning everything. Megan Jones, later known as Isabella Carolina Camelo Gomez, was born in 1974 in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Public information about her early years and personal life is extremely limited, though it is known. She was the only child of Irene Jones, a single mother, who raised her. No details about her father's identity have surfaced, nor are there records of her schooling or employment history. Isabella lived with Irene into adulthood in a charming suburban home Irene had bought in Sydney. Ma Caroline Jones, born on November 2, 1945, was widely known as a devoted, generous woman and a caring mother. After retiring, she dedicated much of her time to volunteering for various charities. Friends and neighbors described her as sweet and hospitable, often offering her home to those in need. Irene was known to provide not only a loving home but also financial support to Isabella, even during brief periods when they lived apart. Irene always welcomed Isabella back to the outside world. Their relationship appeared close-knit and supportive. However, later accounts would reveal a different dynamic. Despite her public shyness and insecurity, Isabella was reportedly disrespectful and sometimes abusive toward her mother behind closed doors. Matters worsened in 1999 when Isabella met a woman named Paula Camello at their local Mormon church. Over time, Isabella and Paula became close friends, and Paula eventually introduced her husband, Carlos Camello Gomez, a Colombian native. This introduction would mark the beginning of a chain of events that deeply affected everyone involved. The couple started spending more time with Isabella, and Carlos eventually mentioned his brother, Cesar, who was stuck in Colombia due to visa issues. In March 2001, Isabella traveled to Colombia to meet Cesar soon after she claimed they had fallen in love and Ma married him, news that shocked Irene. Despite her objections, Irene learned of the marriage through photos to which Isabella reassured her it was merely a fake marriage. Following this, Isabella adopted the name Isabella Carolina Camello Gomez and grew increasingly close to Carlos. Their bond raised suspicions, particularly since Cesar was still unable to join her in Australia. Paula, growing jealous, suspected an affair between Isabella and her husband. It later emerged that Isabella was financially supporting Carlos, sending money to his family in Colombia. Carlos even had a separate room in Irene's house and a private phone to communicate with Isabella in secret. She reportedly bought him a car, yet he continued to pressure her for more hinting. He would leave Paula for her. Tensions between Irene and Isabella escalated as Irene opposed Isabella's financial support of Carlos. This led to intense conflicts, with Isabella allegedly becoming physically aggressive. A friend of Irene later recounted instances where Isabella's anger turned violent, breaking her mother's glasses and, on one occasion, reportedly pinning her down by the neck. Irene confided in this friend, admitting she was frightened but hesitant to involve the police, fearing potential fallout. She also felt threatened by Paula, who reportedly arrived at the house on multiple occasions, threatening to burn it down. In response, I installed security lights, though it offered little comfort. Witnesses described Carlos as aggressive and domineering toward Irene, physically intimidating her and further isolating her within her own home. Irene saw him as a manipulative presence who was not only depleting her finances but also eroding her sense of safety and control. Carlos's control reached unimaginable levels when he demanded that Irene mortgage her home, transfer its ownership to Isabella, or sell it to provide him with $2,000 to start a construction business by May 2001. Tensions had reached a breaking point. Carlos and Paula had separated, and shortly afterward Carlos moved permanently into Irene's home. Irene felt pressured to vacate her main bedroom so he could share it with her daughter. Then, in October 2001, Carlos claimed he was returning to Colombia, but Irene later found out he was still around and confided in a friend about her concerns. She grew more anxious after learning that her mail was being redirected to an address in Maryland where Carlos and Isabella had briefly stayed earlier that year. Irene was perplexed by the situation, especially as Isabella, despite receiving money to pay household bills, had not done so, using the funds to pay off her own debts instead, with mounting debts from the car she had bought for Carlos. Isabella even owed Irene a significant amount. As the financial strain intensified, Isabella read her push for Irene to sell the house. However, Irene refused, threatening to change her will, which had initially left her assets to Isabella in the event of her passing. Despite the friction, things appeared to settle somewhat between mother and daughter, and no one found it odd when they went out together on November 2, 2001 to celebrate Irene's 56th birthday. Although Irene was still apprehensive, she decided to make the most of this momentary peace, hoping to enjoy a calm evening with her daughter after nearly 2 years of constant tension. Their meal at the restaurant seemed pleasant, and after paying the bill around 7 p.m., the two women left to drive home. Isabella took the wheel, but upon arrival she told Irene that the fuel tank was nearly empty and suggested that Irene go inside. While she quickly stopped by the gas station, Irene entered the house alone, while Isabella drove to refuel, returning around 8:15 p.m., citing abdominal cramps from her period and wanting a hot shower. After parking the car, Isabella went straight to the bathroom. Following nearly half an hour in the shower, she emerged, wrapped her hair in a towel, applied face cream and prepared for bed. However, when Isabella opened the bathroom door, she was met with a terrifying sight. Standing in front of her was an intruder, a blonde man in a beige, long-sleeved shirt, his face covered with a pantyhose mask and wearing white gloves. According to Isabella, terror-stricken, she tried to flee through the bathroom's outdoor exit. However, the intruder reportedly yanked her back violently with a cord or cable around her neck. Isabella claimed she struggled fiercely, but the man struck her and pushed her onto the bed, attempting to undress her. She screamed for help, causing the man to flee. Shaken and terrified, she bolted to the nearest neighbor's house, frantically knocking and crying out for help, saying someone had broken into her home. The neighbors let her in, and Isabella urgently expressed concern for her mother. They advised her against going back, fearing it was unsafe. Isabella then borrowed the neighbor's phone and dialed Australia's emergency number 000, anxiously informing the operator that an intruder had attacked her and that her mother was still inside. Police and ambulance units arrived shortly after. While paramedics attended to Isabella, officers searched the home, where they made a horrifying discovery. Irene's lifeless body was found face down on the floor, showing signs of strangulation and cuts on her neck. Officers immediately cordoned off the crime scene, calling in homicide detectives and forensic experts. The home appeared disturbed with items scattered, initially suggesting a burglary gone wrong. However, valuable items were left untouched and there were no signs of forced entry or missing belongings. Isabella was taken to the hospital to receive treatment for her injuries and to recover from the traumatic incident. During the ambulance ride, a friend of Irene's accompanied her. Isabella repeatedly asked about her mother, insistent on seeing her. Irene's body was transported to the morgue, where a post-mortem examination revealed that she had died from a combination of asphyxiation and sharp force injuries. It was determined that she had been rendered unconscious by strangulation before being attacked with a sharp object on the left side of her neck. The cuts were not immediately fatal, leading the assailant to use 2 ligatures around her neck, leaving a distinctive double mark on her skin. In total, she sustained 22 injuries, with the time of death estimated around 9:30 p.m., with a possible margin of error of 3 hours. The ligatures and sharp object used in the assault were never found. After leaving the hospital, Isabella stayed with one of Irene's cousins and her husband. The couple, deeply fond of Irene, described her as a kind soul, incapable of harming anyone, and were devastated by the brutal nature of her death. The investigation into Irene's death continued, but interviews with neighbors, friends, and family yielded no leads to help authorities identify or arrest a suspect. Frustrated investigators sought to arraign Isabella, but Irene's cousin and her husband reported that Isabella was constantly distressed and often cried when remembering her mother. Some sources even claim they had to call an ambulance after Isabella overdosed on sleeping pills prescribed to help her rest. When the police finally spoke with her, they asked if Irene had any enemies or if anyone might wish to harm her. Isabella mentioned only a minor traffic incident she was involved in, but the other driver was quickly ruled out. By this point, investigators began doubting Isabella's account. Although both Isabella and Carlos were seen as suspects, there was no concrete evidence tying them to Irene's murder. At Irene's funeral on November 9th, some attendees allegedly heard Isabella mutter incriminating words, though this information would surface only years later, as witnesses initially believed she was rambling in grief. After the murder, Carlos and 2 of his friends were questioned. One of them, named Sean, stated he was at home, arriving around 5 p.m. and then falling asleep until 8:30 p.m. When Carlos and another friend, Nicholas, joined him. He explained that Carlos sometimes stayed oversleeping on his couch. Around 1 a.m., Sean woke briefly to find his friends on the sofa. By 3 a.m. the police arrived to interview him, to which he claimed no knowledge of Carlos' connections with Irene or Isabella. Carlos and Nicholas provided statements, placing themselves together in various locations until midnight, giving Carlos an alibi. Near the time of Irene's death, Carlos admitted meeting Irene and Isabella through his ex-wife, Paula, claiming they had helped him post-separation. He noted that he once held a key to the Jones house but had since lost it. The investigation seemed to stall until a year after Irene's death. Her daughter sold the house for $300,000. In November 2002, Isabella gave birth to her first child with Carlos. Initially, she denied he was the father, stating he was only a friend and brother-in-law. Later, she admitted the child resulted from a casual encounter, after which she realized her true feelings for Carlos, deciding to divorce Caesar to be with him. Disturbing details about Isabella's relationship with the Camello family heightened police suspicions. However, without solid evidence, Isabella remained uncharged and Caesar was never questioned, despite his occasional stays in Australia. Over time, the case languished without arrests or a clear answer regarding who was responsible for Irene's death. In January 2003, the case took a new turn when Isabella reported Carlos for assault. Police records revealed that she stated they had known each other for about 4 years and had been in an on and off relationship for the last 3 years past, with no progress until November 2007, when a forensic inquest took place to re-examine evidence with the potential to refer the case to prosecutors if warranted. Though Isabella attended, she offered no new information. However, one witness, Diane McLeod, who had accompanied Isabella in the ambulance, shared new details. Diane recalled that Isabella had initially told detectives she did not see her mother during the attack, but had mentioned seeing Irene in the house to her during the ambulance ride. Diane also reported that Irene had confided in her about her fears regarding Isabella's connection to the Camello family, particularly Paula's threats. Carlos, in a follow-up interview, stated that he met Isabella at a cyber cafe around 7:30 p.m. on November 2nd, before heading to Sean's house between 8 and 8:30 p.m. He then claimed he returned to the cyber cafe before heading back to Shaw's and then to a club with Nicola, where they stayed until midnight. He denied being near the Jones house that evening, though his statements contained minor inconsistencies. Ultimately, the investigation concluded with insufficient evidence to proceed to trial, leaving the true identity of Irene's killer undetermined. The lead investigator recommended offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and suggested the case be transferred to the Homicide and Cold Case Unit for further examination. Between March and September 2013, the deputy state coroner reviewed the case again, yet it remained amid 700 other unsolved cases, limiting resources and attention. No further developments occurred until March 2017, when the Ministry of Police approved the suggested reward. New witnesses came forward and a forensics team re-examined evidence collected from the initial investigation. Among the items was a yellow blouse Isabella wore the night of the crime, preserved in a forensic lab since 2001. This item had not previously undergone forensic analysis, as the technology available today didn't exist at the time. According to records, the blouse was retrieved from storage by state forensic staff in March 2013, photographed and then returned to the lab for analysis in April that year, remaining under police custody thereafter. The forensic analysis from July 2017 provided significant insights when microscopic tests and DNA sampling were conducted on the blouse Isabella wore on the night of Irene's death. The tests revealed small brown stains consistent with traces of bodily fluids on the front and back of the blouse, along with several strands of hair. The forensic report concluded that the blouse had been exposed to an area with blood splatter, indicating direct exposure rather than mere contact with the perpetrator or the victim's body. Experts suggested the splatter likely came directly from the victim, Irene. Further tests showed that traces of bodily fluids on the blouse matched Irene's DNA, while seminal fluid found on it matched the genetic profile of Carlos. Unfortunately, by this time Carlos was unavailable for questioning due to a severe brain injury from a 2013 motorcycle accident which left him with deep retrograde amnesia, erasing memories of events. Before the accident, though, investigators hit a dead end with Carlos. The forensic findings and additional witness statements provided grounds to implicate Isabella in a conspiracy to orchestrate her mother's death. Supporting evidence included statements from witnesses at Irene's funeral, where some recalled hearing Isabella whisper that she didn't mean for things to go so far. This admission prompted authority to wiretap Isabella and Carlos' phone conversations and set up listening devices. Surveillance tapes captured sounds of intimate interactions between Carlos and Isabella at the residence, confirming a long-standing relationship. Combined with Isabella's 2003 assault report, in which she admitted to a 3-year relationship with Carlos, it became clear that her marriage to Caesar was merely a facade supposedly arranged by Carlos to facilitate Caesar's immigration to Australia in exchange for affection and sexual encounters. Further corroborating evidence came from Irene's experiences living in fear with Isabella and Carlos, with Isabella willing to do anything to please him, blinded by obsessive infatuation. Hospital records from the night of the attack also noted Isabella's intense interest in seeing her mother post-autopsy, which was interpreted as a need to confirm Irene's death. Another damning testimony came from Paula, Carlos' ex-wife, who claimed that Isabella had once asked her if she knew anyone who could get rid of someone. Despite these incriminating pieces, it would take 2 more years for the case to see another breakthrough in 2019. New testimony surfaced when Sean, a former acquaintance, disclosed that he had seen Carlos and Isabella together days after the crime. He also revealed that Carlos allegedly described how he had slit Irene's throat and promised Nicholas $10,000. Nicholas meanwhile said that on the night of the crime, Carlos had left to return car to his boss's home around 8 p.m., returning between 11 and 11:30 p.m. Later, Carlos reportedly confessed the crime to Nicholas after they went to a club around midnight. Due to his brain injury, however, Carlos might never face justice. On the morning of Tuesday, September 24, 2019, detectives arrested Isabella. A detective inspector present at the arrest informed the press that Isabella seemed stunned when officers arrived and she was taken to the police station where she awaited a murder charge. Police officials alleged that Isabella had planned her mother's murder and staged a break-in to cover up the crime, her primary motive being the financial gain from selling Irene's home. Following the arrest, Isabella was granted conditional bail but was held in custody pending her arraignment. Her defense argued that she had cooperated with authorities, provided DNA samples when requested and handed over her passport in 2001 to comply with a travel hold. However, the prosecution denied bail, asserting that, despite the circumstantial nature, the case was strong. The prosecution highlighted that the murder was financially motivated with traces of Irene's blood found on Isabella's blouse from that night. Although the judge deemed the case reasonably strong, he felt it was not overwhelming, ruling that any flight risk from Isabella could be mitigated with strict bail conditions, including a $110,000 bond, twice daily check-in at the police station, passport surrender, and no contact with witnesses after remaining in police custody. Isabella's detention hearing proceeded in the New South Wales Supreme Court 3 days later. Nearly 3 years afterward, in May 2022, Isabella, formerly Megan Jones, age 48, was rearrested and a New South Wales Supreme Court jury found her guilty of murdering Irene Jones on November 2, 2001. Upon hearing the verdict, Isabella expressed belief, and claimed the jury had made a mistake. Finally, on November 16, 2022, Isabella was sentenced to 20 years in prison, with a minimum of 14 years before eligibility for parole. In delivering the sentence, the judge recounted that Irene had been ambushed in her kitchen while drinking a glass of water and had died from the combined effects of strangulation and stab wounds to her neck. The judge remarked that in her final moments, Irene must have felt confused, terrified, and betrayed, emphasizing that her own daughter had orchestrated and likely carried out her murder, driven by obsessive infatuation and greed. Though the defense argued that Isabella's direct involvement in the fatal attack could not be definitively proven, the court acknowledged her role in a criminal conspiracy with Carlos who, due to his condition, would likely evade justice. Isabella would be eligible for parole in 2036, at which point she would be 62 years old, with her full term expiring in 2042. Story 13. On a sunny April afternoon, the school bell rang and kids poured out excited to head home. Among them was 8-year-old Tori Stafford, her bright smile lighting up as she walked toward her older brother, just like any other day. But as she made her way through the crowd, a woman approached her, someone who seemed friendly and safe. After a quick chat, Tori took the woman's hand, trusting her without a second thought, and walked over to a nearby car. In that small, ordinary moment, everything changed. The town of Woodstock, Ontario, was about to be shaken by a mystery that would turn Tor's world upside down. Her family and friends couldn't have imagined what was really happening that day or the dark truths that would slowly come to light. Victoria Stafford, more commonly known as Tor Stafford, was born on July 15, 2000 in the town of Woodstock, Canada. She was the second child in her family born to Rodney Stafford and Tara MacDonald, who had previously welcomed their first child, a boy named Darren Stafford. Tori's family life was marked by significant difficulties, largely due to the complex and troubled relationship between her parents. This tension led to their separation in 2002. It was reported that both Rodney and Tara struggled with substance abuse, but while Rodney managed to enroll in a detox program, Tara did not follow the same path. Following the separation, Tori and her brother Darren stayed with their mother, despite the less than ideal circumstances of her home life. Tori was a vibrant and affectionate little girl, known for her warm smile, sparkling eyes, and chestnut hair. She enjoyed the simple joys of childhood, like playing with her friends and attending school. She also loved going to the performances related to ballet, dance, and acting. Tor's compassion extended to animals, with a particular love for dogs. She frequently begged her mother for a puppy and, although Tara's financial situation was tight, she was actively trying to find a way to bring a dog into their lives that would suit a home with 2 young children. By the time Tori turned 8, she was attending a public school in her town. On April 8, 2009, Tori set off for school around 7:45 in the morning, as she usually did, accompanied by her brother Darren. They planned to meet after classes to walk home together, a habit they shared regularly. The siblings were deeply bonded and their strong relationship helped them cope with their challenging family situation. Though Tori was lively and outgoing, Darren was more reserved. She often encouraged him to enjoy typical childhood activities, helping him stave off the sadness that their circumstances occasionally brought. As the school day ended around 3:30 p.m., Darren waited outside the school building for Tori, intending to go home with her. However, his friends asked him to join them briefly and he agreed, assuming it would only take a few minutes. When he returned to their usual meeting spot, he found that Tori was gone. Thinking she might have decided to go home alone, he headed back only to discover she wasn't there. Worried, he told Tara, who tried to reassure him, suggesting that Tori was likely with her friends, but Dar remained unsettled. He quickly took his bicycle and began searching the neighborhood, checking with neighbors and searching nearby streets. While Darren was searching, Tara decided to call her mother to ask if Tori was with her, but she wasn't growing concerned. Tor's grandmother contacted the police around 6 p.m., reporting her granddaughter's absence. Officers arrived promptly at Tara's home and started asking questions. Noting Tara's delayed reaction to alerting the authorities, which they found unusual. Learning of terrorist struggles with substance abuse and her unemployment, investigators placed her high on the list of individuals potentially involved in Tor's disappearance. Meanwhile, the search for Tori intensified. News of her absence quickly reached Rodney, who immediately joined the efforts to locate his daughter. The community rallied with neighbors and friends, helping to distribute posters of Tor across the area. The school even closed temporarily to allow teachers and staff to join the search. Posters featuring Tori's face appeared on almost every corner and search parties combed through Woodstock asking anyone they encountered if they had seen her. Despite the widespread effort, no clues emerged as to her whereabouts. Determined to uncover any leads, investigators decided to check the footage from security cameras located around the school. To their surprise, they found clear footage of Tori leaving the school at 3:30 p.m. She was seen talking to a woman and showed no signs of fear or hesitation, suggesting familiarity. The woman took Tor's hand and together they walked toward a vehicle parked nearby. The police immediately released this footage to local media in hopes of identifying the woman, who appeared to have physical similarities to Tara. Rodney, visibly shaken, appeared in interviews on multiple media outlets, showing deep concern for his daughter's safety, a demeanor that sharply contrasted with stoic response. The public quickly noticed this contrast, with many expressing suspicion toward Tara. In response to mounting criticism, she agreed to an interview during which she expressed sadness and frustration, stating that people were focusing on baseless rumors instead of the search for Tori. Rodney despite their differences, supported Terror statement emphasizing their shared hope for Tor's safe return. As the footage circulated, the public became more involved in the search, while Tarara viewed the clips multiple times, feeling a strange familiarity with the woman. Finally, on April 12, 2009, Tara contacted the police, claiming she had recognized the woman from the footage. According to her, the woman was Terry Lynn McClintock, an 18-year-old who had once been her neighbor. Whether Tarara genuinely recognized her or received information from others in her circle remains unclear, but her identification proved to be a significant breakthrough in the case. Terry Lynn McClintock, a troubled young woman with a complex past, had crossed paths with Tara, Tori Stafford's mother, on multiple occasions. According to some accounts, she occasionally procured oxycodone for Tarara, and in a few instances the two had brief conversations about raising dogs, with Tara sharing how Tori longed to have one as a pet. Although Tara confirmed that there was no close relationship between her and Terry Lynn, she acknowledged that Terry was aware of Tor's strong desire to have a dog. Terry Lynn's childhood was marred by hardship, shaped by parental neglect and abuse. She was ultimately raised by her adoptive mother, who worked in local nightclubs. These early life challenges deeply affected Terry Lynn, and by adolescence she exhibited violent behaviors, engaging in various altercations, including an attack on her adoptive mother and some local youths. In 2007, she escalated her criminal behavior by committing an armed robbery, injuring a man who resisted. Following this incident, Terry Lynn was detained at a juvenile center, where she reportedly wrote disturbing letters expressing her desire to inflict pain and suffering on others. Though her psychological issues were noted at the time, she was eventually released back into the community. With this background, law enforcement swiftly brought Terry Lynn in for questioning when they identified her as a suspect in Tor's disappearance. Despite extensive interrogations, Terry Lynn insisted on her innocence. By April 13, the local police handed over the missing person investigation to the Ontario Provincial Police, officially reclassifying it as a kidnapping case. Determined to uncover the truth, the new investigative team monitored Terry Lynn's calls and visits closely soon, noticing her frequent interactions with Michael Rafferty, a 28-year-old man she claimed as her boyfriend. Michael, however, described their relationship as strictly platonic, though he regularly visited her. Born on December 28, 1980 in Woodstock, Ontario, Michael also came from a troubled family background. By 2009, he exhibited aggressive tendencies and had been accused by at least 13 women of physical violence during intimate encounters, often involving attempts to choke them. Continuing their probe, police decided to question Michael during one of his visits to Terry Lynn, framing their inquiries around her recent activities on the day of Tori's disappearance. Unfortunately, they couldn't gather enough evidence to hold him, so they returned their focus to Terry Lynn, increasing the frequency and intensity of their interrogations. Despite mounting pressure, she remained tight-lipped, leading investigators to a standstill. On April 25, 2009, an international television program aired a special segment on Tor's disappearance, drawing significant public attention. To everyone's surprise, the broadcast struck an emotional chord with Terry Lynn, who, 5 days later, on April 30, broke down and confessed that Tori had died. On the same day she was taken, Terry Lynn recounted the grim events, providing chilling details of the crime. She explained that on the morning of April 8, she and Michael were using substances together. When he suggested taking a young girl against her will, he specified that the victim should be a child and goat Terry Lynn. Knowing her vulnerabilities, by challenging her courage and hinting, she lacked the nerve. Eager to prove him wrong, Terry Lynn went along with the plan. At around 3:15 p.m., they drove to a school nearby and parked at the back. She got out and waited, watching children as they exited until she spotted Tori. Utilizing the information Tara had shared in their conversations, she approached Tori, introducing herself as a friend of her mother and promising that she had a puppy in her car. Innocent and eager to meet the supposed puppy, Tor trusted her, held her hand and walked with her to the car, where Michael grabbed Tori and forced her into the vehicle. The pair then drove about 8 a.m. north, keeping the radio on to monitor for news of Tor's disappearance. Confident they hadn't been detected, they made a couple of stops along the way, first at a gas station and then at a department store. Here, Terry Lynn left Michael with Tori and went inside to buy a hammer, garbage bags, and tape. Afterward, they continued driving to a remote field where Terry Lynn stepped out of the car, knowing what Michael intended to do. According to her account, she turned her back to avoid witnessing the horrors unfolding. However, as Tor's desperate cries echoed from the car, Terry Lynn briefly glanced back and saw the young girl pleading and crying, reaching out for help. Terry Lynn admitted she knew from the outset what would happen and chose not to intervene, claiming she didn't want to be present for the final moments. This confession not only provided the police with the answers they needed, but also shocked the community, bringing an end to the weeks-long search for Tori Stafford. Back in the car, Michael Raffi unleashed unimaginable cruelty on Tori Stafford. Afterward, Terry Lynn placed a bag over Tor's head and struck her with a hammer, ending her life. Together, they buried her body at the remote location. On the drive back to town, Michael made Terry Lynn numerous promises that they would always be together and that the police would never catch them. Following Terry Lynn's harrowing confession, investigators immediately headed to Michael's residence to place him under arrest. During the journey, they discovered a security camera and obtained permission to review its footage. The video was a crucial piece of evidence capturing the pair on their way to commit the crime. In subsequent interrogations, police managed to extract information about the location where Tori's body had been hidden. A search led them to a wooded area where they found her remains wrapped in garbage bags and secured with tape. On July 20th, the preliminary autopsy report was released, revealing that Tori had suffered multiple hammer-inflicted injuries, with at least 4 blows penetrating her skull, resulting in fatal trauma. She also had 16 fractured ribs and liver damage. However, due to the body's advanced state of decomposition, it was impossible to determine if she had been assaulted in other ways. On July 21, 2009, authorities confirmed publicly that the remains found were indeed those of Tori Stafford. This heartbreaking announcement devastated her family and the community who had come together in hope throughout the search. A funeral was held for Tor on July 30, 2009, attended by family, friends, and community members who gathered to honor her short but impactful life. The ceremony included heartfelt memories shared by loved ones, and the emotional impact of her case resonated deeply within society. Once the police investigation concluded and all evidence was gathered, the legal proceedings against the two accused commenced. Initially, prosecutors considered a joint trial, but eventually decided on separate trials. After Terry Lynn pled guilty to first-degree murder, she faced an expedited trial and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years. In contrast, Michael Rafferty maintained his innocence, refusing to testify and claiming no responsibility as a result. His trial took place 3 years after Tor's disappearance, involving 62 witnesses and more than 200 pieces of evidence. Michael, now 31, did not testify. Although he admitted to some involvement in Tor's abduction, he denied the charges of murder, kidnapping, and sexual assault. The jury, however, found him guilty on all counts. Following the guilty version, ICT, Michael Raffi received a life sentence for the murder of Victoria Stafford, also known as Tori Stafford, with parole eligibility only after 25 years. Additionally, he was given 10 years for kidnapping and sexual assault to be served concurrently with his life sentence. Even if he were to be released, the judge permanently prohibited him from owning firearms. He was also required to submit a DNA sample to Canada's National Sex Offender Registry. After his sentencing, Michael continued to protest his innocence and even offered to meet with Tor's mother, Tara, ostensibly to fill in the missing pieces. Tara, however, refused any communication with him, stating she could never forgive him. Despite his repeated legal appeals, over the years, all attempts to overturn his conviction have been denied. Tori Stafford's tragic story has left an indelible mark on Canadian society, underscoring the importance of child safety, parental responsibility, and the necessity for prompt police response in critical situations. Story 14. On the night of September 29, 2015, a shocking 911 call broke the silence in a small town in upstate New York. Thomas Clayton, a former hockey player, came home from a poker game to find his wife Kelly lying on the kitchen floor lifeless. The scene was disturbing. There was no sign of forced entry, but Kelly had clearly been attacked, but bloodstains on the walls showed signs of a terrible struggle. As detectives started looking into what happened, they uncovered secrets that hinted at something much darker. What really took place that night and who was responsible for Kelly's tragic death? The truth would soon reveal a shocking twist no one expected. Kelly Elizabeth Stage was born on August 1, 1980 in Elmira, New York. She was the youngest of 3 children of Elizabeth and Howard Stage, both of whom were beloved in the community, especially Howard, who had served as the longtime chief of the local volunteer fire department. Growing up, Kelly was surrounded by her loving family, which included her brother Lenny and her older sister Kim, who, being 10 years her senior, took on a protective role in Kelly's life. The Stage household was filled with warmth and affection, allowing each family member to thrive in their own way. Kelly attended a liberal arts-focused school where she excelled, not only making the honor roll but also standing out as a cheerleader and softball player. Those who knew her described her as someone who easily saw the good in people and situations, always radiating positivity and a zest for life. Her optimistic and outgoing nature made her naturally attract others. In 1998, Kelly graduated with a degree in education from the State University of New York and, though many assumed she would begin teaching immediately, she surprised everyone by taking a different path. She packed her bags and moved to Las Vegas, where she started working as a cocktail waitress. However, the pull of home was strong and by 2000 she returned to Elmira to spend Christmas with her family. During this trip, she met Thomas Clayton, a man she would soon fall in love with. Thomas, a native of Binghamton, had graduated in 1998 and joined Elmira's minor league professional hockey team, where he played forward for 4 seasons. He quickly became a local star, enjoying the attention and admiration that came with his status. Some claimed that fame gave him a sense of entitlement, and he was known to engage in multiple romantic affairs simultaneously. His reckless behavior even led to an arrest after dancing naked on a bar table. Despite his wild side, Thomas and Kelly's paths crossed at a hockey game, and they were instantly drawn to each other. That same night, they ran into each other at a local bar and their relationship blossomed from there. The couple was inseparable, and within a year they married, with Kelly taking her husband's surname and becoming known as Kelly Clayton. Around this time, Thomas's hockey career came to an abrupt end due to an injury. After retiring from the sport, the couple settled in the small town of Conn, New York, where Thomas became the owner of a franchise that specialized in water and fire damage restoration. In 2008, their first child, a daughter named Charlie, was born, and Kelly embraced motherhood with an overwhelming sense of love and devotion. A few years later, the birth of their son, Cullen, brought even more joy into Kelly's life, as she devoted herself entirely to her family. To those on the outside, the Claytons seemed like the perfect, happy family. Thomas focused on running his business, while Kelly balanced waitressing at a local restaurant and caring for their 2 children. Everything seemed idyllic until tragedy struck in 2015. On the night of September 29, 2015, Kelly was at home with her children, while Thomas was out playing poker at a friend's house. Just after midnight, Thomas made a frantic call to 911, reporting that he had found his wife lying unresponsive on the floor. When the local sheriff's office and New York State Police arrived at the scene, a paramedic confirmed Kelly had died. Initial forensic evidence revealed she had been brutally beaten to death. Investigators found no signs of forced entry, leading them to believe that Kelly's killer may have been someone she knew. A trail of blood led from the upstairs to the kitchen where Kelly's body was discovered, indicating that she had tried to flee during the attack. A hole in the wall at the bottom of the staircase was evidence of the sheer violence of the assault, and blood spatter on the walls and floors pointed to her having been struck repeatedly with a blunt object. While questioning Thomas and neighbors in the hours following the murder, a critical piece of evidence came from an unexpected source: Kelly's daughter Charlie. The 7-year-old told the county sheriff that she had seen a man hurting her mother. During her conversation with the officer, Charlie revealed a chilling detail. She described how her mother had run down the hallway yelling for her to escape. But the most haunting part of her account came when she mentioned that, although the attacker had been wearing a hood, his eyes looked just like her father's. At that moment, authorities called in a child forensic investigator to assist with talking to Charlie about the traumatic event. A second interview with her took place at the county's Child Advocacy Center, where every question revolved around Thomas. According to Charlie, the mask worn by the ASIL resembled one her father used when he went hunting. When asked to describe the man's size, Kelly's daughter, Charlie said he was as tall as her father. She also pointed out a similarity in the jeans the man was wearing. Although suspicion toward Thomas grew due to the child's statements, he was at a friend's house that night, about 20 miles from his home, a drive of roughly 30 minutes. Furthermore, when he discovered Kelly's body and rushed to a neighbor's house to call 911, there was no blood on his hands or clothes, and he hadn't had enough time to clean himself up. The police were left with several unanswered questions. Thomas's alibi was corroborated by others who were with him that night. However, investigators learned that Thomas had borrowed a woman's cell phone to make a call only 90 minutes before returning home and finding Kelly's body. This raised more doubts. As the hours passed, the preliminary autopsy report on Kelly's body was released. It revealed that she had died from severe head trauma and damage to the lower part of her brain. In addition, her body was covered in bruises. She had abrasions, fractures to her face, and a serious contusion on her right hip. According to the forensic expert, the blows were so brutal that Kelly's body was almost unrecognizable, making it difficult to estimate her age and appearance. She also had defensive wounds on her arms and hands, including broken fingers, which indicated she had fought for her life. With the growing suspicion surrounding Thomas, investigators analyzed his cell phone records and noticed a high volume of messages and calls that pointed to a mysterious connection with a man named Michael Beard. In fact, Beard was the person Thomas had called the night of the murder. Michael Beard was a worker living in Elmira in an apartment owned by the Clayton family. He had previously worked for Thomas's business and was often invited to do jobs around the family property. At the time of the crime, however, Beard had recently been fired from a company that also specialized in home restoration after fires and floods. State police investigators questioned Michael Beard multiple times over the next few days. Initially, he denied any involvement, but on October 2, 2015, after getting caught in several contradictions, he eventually broke down and confessed. In an unrecorded interview, Beard admitted that he had killed Kelly. He revealed chilling details, stating that Thomas had paid him $10,000 to carry out the murder. Beard then led the investigators to the place where he had hidden the murder weapon, a hammer handle stained with blood, which was found not far from the Clayton home. Beard also handed over the blood-stained clothes he wore that night and directed the authorities to a creek where he had tossed the keys to the family's home given to him by Thomas. Forensic analysis of the blunt object used in the attack confirmed that the DNA matched Kelly's blood. Investigators determined that Beard had worn gloves during the murder, and though he had tried to dispose of them to eliminate DNA evidence, he failed to do so because the gloves belonged to Thomas. As more evidence pointed to Thomas, other discoveries raised further suspicions about him. Notably, a year before the incident, Thomas had doubled Kelly's life insurance policy from $500,000 to $1 million. During a media interview, Kelly's sister didn't hesitate to assert that Thomas stood to benefit from her death. The case became clear and justice began to move forward with Charlie's testimony, the evidence collected, and Michael Beard's confession. Prosecutors concluded that Kelly's death was a murder for hire. Both men were charged with first and second-degree murder, and it was announced that their trials would be held separately. However, a third arrest shocked everyone. Mark Blanford, another suspect, was charged with second-degree murder, robbery, and conspiracy. According to the Michael Beard had been recruited to act as a lookout and help commit a robbery at the Clayton home. He claimed he never had direct contact with Thomas and wasn't aware of any conspiracy to commit murder. His understanding was that he would be participating in a burglary. As the days passed, tensions rose during Thomas Clayton's arraignment, revealing a clear divide between the two families who had once been on good terms. Thomas's supporters sat on one side of the courtroom while Kelly's relatives and friends occupied the other. At the hearing, Thomas pleaded not guilty. His lawyer argued that Thomas had no involvement in the crime, pointing out that his alibi was solid. GPS data from his car confirmed that he was miles away playing poker when Kelly was killed. The defense also noted that Thomas had passed a polygraph test. However, The prosecution countered by stating that the GPS evidence was irrelevant, since the charges were based on a murder-for-hire plot. They also opposed the use of the polygraph test in the trial, arguing that it should not be admitted as evidence. Kelly's murder garnered significant media attention, stirring feelings of outrage and sadness within the community. Purple ribbons lined the streets and posters demanding justice for Kelly were displayed throughout the town. For Kelly's family, the tragedy was immeasurable. Her 2 young children were now left without a mother and their father was in prison. The emotional toll was immense, but so was the financial strain, as Kelly's sister, who was granted custody of the kids, suddenly faced the challenge of raising and supporting 2 young children. Friends and relatives rallied for support to help the children through this difficult time. In February 2016, Thomas was released from prison after posting an $850,000 bail while awaiting trial. The judge lifted the protective order that had barred him from his home, allowing him access, since the crime scene had been cleared and the children no longer lived there. Michael Beard was the first to go to trial, but in the days leading up to it, he shockingly recanted his confession, which had not been recorded. He claimed that Thomas had hired him to burn down the house, which was supposed to be empty, to collect insurance money. According to Beard, when he arrived, he found Kelly's body and heard the children upstairs, at which point he abandoned his mission and left. Michael's defense attorney argued that his client had been coerced by the police into signing a false confession and that they would present evidence in court to prove this. On October 25, Beard pleaded not guilty before a jury of 8 men and 4 women. He even referred to Kelly as a friend, expressing sympathy for her family. The prosecution, however, remained confident that the testimony and evidence would show that Michael and Thomas had conspired together. Despite Beard's change of story, the prosecution presented the details of his signed confession, which was read aloud during the testimony of the New York State Police investigator, who had been present. When Beard initially explained the events in the confession, Beard said that Thomas had asked him to do something that could land him in prison and, though he didn't initially specify what the tone of Thomas's request had shocked the investigator, Beard had first refused, but ultimately agreed. After Thomas threatened him desperate for money due to unemployment, Beard accepted the offer of $110,000, with Thomas promising to provide a vehicle, a weapon, and the keys to the house. The plan was to enter the house when the children were not home, kill Kelly, and then set the house on fire to cover up the crime, making it look like a candle had caused the blaze. On the night of September 28, Beard entered the home, went upstairs, and found Kelly lying in bed. He struck her with a blunt object, and though Kelly fought back, stumbling through the upper floor of the house, she eventually fell down the stairs. Despite being injured, she made it to the kitchen, where Beard attacked her again, delivering the fatal blows to her head. According to another investigator, Thomas had been supposed to call Beard that night as a signal, but Beard was instructed not to answer the phone. Phone records revealed that Beard's phone was turned on and off 7 times that night, the last time being at 11:45 p.m. It remained off until 1:12 a.m. on September 29. The trial included extensive forensic evidence, such as Michael's DNA found on the blunt object used to kill Kelly. Michael's attorney argued that his client's confession was coerced, claiming he had feared his wife would be implicated if he didn't take responsibility. The defense also pointed to the lack of direct evidence, such as fingerprints, and questioned the reliability of witnesses suggesting they had been influenced or had misunderstood what had happened on the night of the crime. After a 2-year trial, Michael Beard was found guilty of 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree manslaughter. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The reaction from Kelly's family and friends was one of immense relief and satisfaction. Kelly's sister publicly called Michael a coward who deserved the harshest sentence. Bringing Thomas Kelly's husband to justice proved more challenging. His trial began in January 2017. The case against him was complicated because all physical evidence pointed to Michael, and the district attorney couldn't use Michael's confession or call him as a witness due to Beard's retraction of his earlier statement. Instead, the prosecution relied on phone records and GPS data to build their case against Thomas, alongside a mountain of circumstantial evidence and testimony from women who claimed to have had affairs with him while he was married to Kelly. The testimonies of these women provided another potential motive for the crime. Prosecutors argued that Thomas, a businessman and former hockey player, no longer loved his wife, which was evidenced by his numerous affairs. 3 women testified that Thomas often complained about Kelly using derogatory terms to describe her and told them he planned to leave her because she was lazy and ungrateful. However, he also admitted to one of his lovers that he couldn't divorce Kelly because she would take everything. One of the most shocking testimonies came from a minor who was 15 years old when she had been involved with Thomas. Another key witness was a former police officer who owned a private investigation firm. He was able to cross-reference phone records and determine that Thomas and Michael had been together at various points leading up to the crime. It was also shown that Michael left his home shortly before 11 p.m. on the night of the murder, right after receiving a call from the man who had hired him. The prosecutor concluded that Thomas had masterminded the plan to end his marriage and had found the perfect scapegoat in his former employee, Michael. Thomas's defense centered on the argument that he was being falsely accused, claiming that Michael had acted alone with the sole intent of robbing the house. The prosecution called 65 witnesses and presented over 400 pieces of evidence, while the defense presented 10 witnesses and conducted rigorous cross-examinations. 7 weeks after the trial began, the jury deliberated for only 6 hours before delivering their verdict. On February 23, 2017, Thomas was found guilty of first and second-degree murder. After the verdict was read, Kelly's sister presented a letter that Charlie Kelly's daughter had written for the court. In it, Charlie expressed her love for both her mother and father, but called her dad a coward for making Michael kill her mom. Kelly's sister also stated that raising the children allowed her to keep her sister's memory alive and ensure that Kelly's legacy as a loving mother would never be forgotten. Thomas's family stood by him throughout the trial, and after the guilty verdict, his father expressed pride in calling him his son. The sentencing hearing took place nearly 2 months later. Thomas Clayton was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole and was ordered to serve his time in a New York State correctional facility. As for the third man charged in connection with the crime, it was revealed that he had reached a plea deal with prosecutors. He pleaded guilty to second-degree manslaughter in exchange for testifying against Thomas and received a sentence of 3 to 6 years in prison. In October 2018, Thomas appealed his conviction, bringing the case back into the public eye. His lawyers argued that the evidence presented at the trial, particularly the cell phone data used to track movements, was unreliable and untested. They also maintained that the prosecution had failed to prove Thomas's guilt. Despite their efforts, the appeal was denied, leaving limited options for future legal challenges. On January 20, 2023, more than 6 years after the crime, a major television network aired a true crime documentary which reignited public interest in the case. Michael Beard participated in the program, supposedly to clarify his side of the story. In the interview, he continued to claim his innocence, asserting that both Thomas and the police had set him up and that he had nothing to do with Kelly's murder. Beard stated that when he found Kelly's body, he didn't check if she was alive or call 9911 because he wanted to get out of the situation as quickly as possible. He explained that, as a black man, the mere thought of being found in the home of a dead white woman in the middle of the night terrified him. Beard also claimed that he had encountered someone else inside the house but was unable to see their face as the person knocked him down while fleeing. Thomas refused to be interviewed for the program, while Kelly's family shared that her children were doing well, growing up happy despite everything they had been through. Story 15. In the early hours of December 18, 1994, a chilling incident shook the coastal city of Port Elizabeth, located in South Africa. A young woman was discovered unconscious on a remote, dark road far from the city. She had been brutally assaulted, and her rescuers were shocked to find that, despite the severity of her injuries, she was still clinging to life without hesitation. They did everything they could to save her. The injured woman, Alison B., was rushed to the nearest hospital. The medical team could hardly believe their eyes. Her body had endured so many stab wounds that it seemed unimaginable she could still be alive. But Alison, against all odds, held on. The hours following this tragic event felt endless, and the lives of everyone who assisted her or waited anxiously for news of her recovery were forever, never changed. As the police tirelessly searched for the person responsible for such a horrific crime, the doctors witnessed something extraordinary: Alison's remarkable survival. What had happened defied medical explanation. Alison Bass' story soon spread worldwide, becoming known as a true miracle. She herself took on the mission of sharing her tale of survival and resilience, using her voice to transform the pain she had endured into a source of inspiration for thousands. Alison found a new way to live, shaped by the horrific experience she had faced, yet determined to make that experience a beacon of hope for others. This is her story. Alison Boter was born on September 22, 1967 in Port Elizabeth, a city known for its expansive beaches along a lower bay. Growing up with her parents, Brian and Claire, and her brother, Neil, Alison enjoyed a fairly carefree childhood. When she was 10, her parents divorced, but this didn't significantly affect her temperament. As a child, she was somewhat detached from her surroundings, and her school years were fairly unremarkable, as her interests seemed to lie elsewhere. As she grew older, Alison realized she didn't have big dreams or ambitions for her future. After completing high school, she pursued a one-year secretarial course at her mother's suggestion, as a safety net for an uncertain future. During her teenage years, Elise became curious about the world beyond Port Elizabeth. For several years, she traveled abroad, living new adventures and discovering unfamiliar lands. These experiences gradually shaped her character, and she started to gain more clarity about her motivations in life. After 4 years of traveling, she decided to return home, partly to ease her mother's worries about the distance and her well-being. Back in Port Elizabeth, things returned to normal, but Alison had changed. She found a job she enjoyed as an insurance broker, and when she wasn't working, she spent much of her time with friends, eagerly awaiting the summer months to enjoy days at the beach. But one summer day would lead to an unimaginable event that would forever alter the course of her life. On December 18, 1994, with the summer heat in full swing in a lower bay, Alison spent the day at the beach with friends. As the sun set, they continued the evening at her home, sharing pizzas and beers. Later that night, one of Alison's friends needed a ride home, and Alison, 27 at the time, offered to drive her. After safely dropping off her friend, she headed back, unaware that her life was about to take a terrifying turn. As Alison parked her car, a man suddenly approached and got into the driver's seat, threatening her with a weapon and ordering her to move to the passenger side. A chill ran through her body as she realized the danger she was in. Any attempt to escape seemed futile, and she feared for her life. The man, later identified as Fron, started driving through the city, all the while trying to reassure her, saying his name was Clinton and asking her casual questions, though Alison didn't respond. After a brief stop to pick up an accomplice who joined them in the backseat, Alison's hope of surviving began to fade. The car soon left the city and headed down a dark, deserted road. Alison's breath quickened as the vehicle came to a stop. One of the men asked her, "Are you going to fight?" By then, Alison had resigned herself to what was coming. One man violently attacked her while the other waited. She overheard the name France during the assault and realized this was her attacker's real identity. The violence escalated as both men took turns, abusing and torturing her. When they were finished, they attempted to kill her. They stabbed her repeatedly, 37 times in total, targeting her abdomen and pubic area. When they noticed she was still alive, they slashed her throat, inflicting 16 more stab wounds. Convinced they had killed her, the attackers fled in her car, leaving Alison to die naked and gravely injured in the sand. Despite her horrific injuries, Alison found the will to survive. She thought of her mother and how devastated she would be if her daughter were to die at the hands of these men. With what little strength she had left, Alison managed to drag herself towards the road. Before leaving the scene, she scrolled the names of her attackers in the sand and wrote a message of love for her mother. As she tried to stand, she noticed an odd sound coming from her breathing and realized her trachea had been destroyed. Her head, barely attached to her body, hung precariously, but even then Alison refused to give up. She felt something wet against her leg. It was her intestine. Determined to survive, Alison held her head steady with one hand and clutched her organs with the other. Step by step, she made her way towards the paved road, where she collapsed, waiting for someone to help. In the distance, the headlights of a car sparked a glimmer of hope, but when it came near, the vehicle sped away, likely in shock at the horrifying sight of her condition. As each minute passed, Allison's strength waned until finally another car appeared. This time it stopped. Tyon, a young veterinary student vacationing in Port Elizabeth with friends, stepped out and ran toward Allison. He immediately grasped the severity of her condition but stayed by her side, doing everything he could to save her. He called for an ambulance and held her hand, offering comfort while she fought for her life. Though panic gripped him inside, Tyon kept his composure, never letting Allison see his worry. After what seemed like an eternity, the ambulance arrived and Allison was rushed to the hospital. Her life would never be the same, but she clung to it, determined to seize the second chance. By the time Allison arrived at the hospital, an hour and a half had passed since the brutal attack. The doctors were stunned by what they saw. Her wounds bore the marks of unimaginable cruelty. None had ever seen anything like it, but they wasted no time. Allison's sheer will to live inspired the medical team to fight for her, despite the grim prognosis. Remarkably, Allison managed to sign the consent for surgery without hesitation. Alongside her signature, she wrote her mother's phone number, a simple yet profound gesture. When she was taken into the operating room, the night stretched on. Allison had been on the verge of decapitation, breathing through a hole left by a stab wound in her trachea. Her exposed organs were covered in sand and debris from the beach, presenting a massive challenge for the doctors. But fortunately, an experienced general surgeon was on call that night. He painstakingly worked through the night, removing every foreign particle and carefully stitching each wound. Miraculously, the knife had missed Allison's major blood vessels. Had they been severed, she would have died within minutes. Her vital organs, though severely damaged, had also escaped the worst, and slowly her body began to heal. Still a sign, significant concern loomed over her recovery, the high risk of acute infection. Everyone anxiously awaited the outcome of the surgery. As Allison lay in intensive care, 2 police officers arrived at the hospital. They had a list of suspects and hoped she would be able to identify them. When Allison awoke the next morning, she reviewed a series of photos. She paused on one image pointing to a man she recognized as Frondeur, then wrote his name on a piece of paper. She did the same when she saw the photo of Toon Kruger. The police had what they needed, but they returned later for confirmation. It turned out that both Frondeur and Toons Kruger had criminal records, including charges of assault. Months before attacking Allison, Dewar had abducted a 19-year-old woman, assaulted her and later bought her food and rose. Before attacking her again, though he was arrested in February 1994, he was released on bail. In March, Dutroux and Kruger assaulted another woman who was 3 months pregnant. After the attack, they let her go, though they were briefly detained for this crime. They were quickly released with a court date set for January. But instead of complying, the 2 men had far darker intentions. They wanted to kill, and unfortunately Allison became their next target. Despite the overwhelming evidence, the prosecutor insisted Allison verbally name her attackers for the case to proceed. The doctors were hesitant. Allison was still in critical condition and had a breathing tube in place, making it impossible for her to speak. The risk of removing the tube was high, but Allison, with incredible determination, wrote a note authorizing its removal. Once the tube was taken out, Allison whispered Frondeur and Toons Kruger. Her quiet words carried the weight of undeniable truth, laying bare the failures of the justice system. Finally, there was enough evidence to arrest the men by 5 a.m. On December 19, 1994, both Dutroux and Kruger were taken into custody, charged with assault and attempted murder. When confronted with the charges, Dutroux expressed confusion, only to be informed that Allison had survived with no choice but to confess. He handed over the knife used in the attack and returned Allison's blood-stained ring, which he had kept as a souvenir. Kruger also confessed, showing no remorse and even admitting that they had planned another assault, this time intending to throw their victim off a bridge. During the trial, Dutroux tried to lessen his guilt, claiming to be a Satanist possessed by a demon that forced him to commit these acts, but the court saw through his excuses. Both men were convicted of kidnapping, indecent assault, rape and attempted murder. Frondeur was sentenced to 3 life terms, while Toon Kruger received 1 life sentence plus 25 years. The judge insisted that a note be added to the case file, ensuring they would spend the rest of their lives behind bars. With the threat of Dutra and Kruger finally neutralized, Alison began the long process of healing. Her will to live was immense, but recovery wasn't easy. After months in the hospital and grueling physical therapy, Alison was devastated to learn she could no longer have children due to damage to her reproductive organs. Returning home to live with her mother, she found herself sinking into depression. Everyone around her seemed to be moving on, but she felt lost, unsure how to resume her life. In 1995, just a year after the horrific attack, Alison met her partner, TNB. The two bonded over their shared struggles. TN had battled depression stemming from unresolved childhood trauma, while Alison was in the midst of her own fight to rebuild her life. The couple married in February 1997, and together they began a new chapter of their lives. In November 2003 they welcomed their first child, a son named Daniel, and in November 2006 their second son, Matthew, was born. Reflecting on motherhood, Alison said, "Being a mother is the most important thing I've ever done. Knowing that life is now about someone else is an incredibly humbling experience." In one of her interviews, Alison shared that one day she hopes to tell her children about her past. She believes it's better they hear her story from her directly rather than through a book or a television show. However, she plans to wait until they're ready and come to her with questions. Since that moment, and after overcoming the initial shock, Alison has shared her story in over 35 countries. She became one of the first women in South Africa to publicly speak about surviving rape, helping countless others come forward with their own stories. When speaking to other survivors of sexual violence, she often reminds them, "You are not responsible for the actions of others. Life isn't defined by what happens to you, but by how you choose to respond to it." In the years since her attack, Alison has written 2 books. In 2016, her remarkable story of survival was adapted into a film titled Alison. Today, she remains one of the world's most inspiring motivational speakers, using her journey to empower others. Story 16. As the sun set over the quiet parking lot, Heather wrapped up her day at work, looking forward to getting home to her daughter. She waved goodbye to her co-workers and walked toward her car, not noticing a figure hidden in the shadows. Suddenly, a person in a mask stepped forward, dressed all in black and holding a gun. Before Heather could react, the stranger aimed the weapon at her and said, "You've ruined my life." 2 gunshots shattered the silence, leaving her co-workers frozen with fear. The attacker quickly vanished into the night, but the shocking event was only the start. What followed was a chain of secrets and betrayals no one saw coming. During their time at the University of Northern Colorado, Ignacio Gas and Heather Hadges met at a party. Ignacio was a friendly and confident young man, immediately catching Heather's attention. It was love at first sight for both of them. Heather had a lively personality with a hint of innocence. Complemented by her fair skin, red lips, and dark hair, Ignacio found her irresistible and soon reached out to her when he invited her on a date. Heather felt like Cinderella after the ball, radiant. With joy, she eagerly shared the news with her roommates, who celebrated her happiness. For her friends, this new romance was special. They saw it as the beginning of something extraordinary, as Ignacio had never had a serious girlfriend before. Their relationship quickly deepened. Ignacio was thoughtful, often surprising Heather with flowers or her favorite coffee. His kindness and attentiveness made her feel cherished, and their bond grew stronger after they graduated from the University of Northern Colorado. Ogio proposed to Heather, who happily accepted. However, she set a clear condition for their engagement. If Ignacio ever cheated, she would end the marriage immediately, with no second chances. This clause was a non-negotiable boundary for her. A year after their engagement, they married in a joyful ceremony. Ignacio began working as an officer for the Colorado Police Department, while Heather took a supervisory role at a local credit union. Her colleagues and clients deeply admired her for her exceptional ability to handle situations with empathy and grace. One co-worker described her as a wonderful person, a sentiment that seemed universal. After their wedding, Heather and Ignacio decided to start a family. The birth of their daughter, Victoria, brought immense joy to their lives, and Heather's world began to revolve around her new baby. Ignacio also showed himself to be a dedicated father from the outside. Their life in 1997 looked perfect, But tragedy struck when Heather's father passed away from a heart attack, and shortly after her mother, battling cancer, also passed away. Grieving Heather dedicated herself to her mother's care, providing constant support until her mother's passing in 2003. Throughout this difficult time, Ignazio proved to be a caring husband, taking on additional responsibilities with their daughter and around the home. After months of supporting Heather, however, Ignazio's attention began to drift toward a co-worker, Shauna Nelson, a dispat at the police department. Shauna, who was married to a Weld County deputy named Ken, had 2 children, though her marriage was on the rocks. Shauna later mentioned that her relationship with Ken changed after the birth of their second child. Initially, her interactions with Ignazio were friendly, but gradually they became more flirtatious and a deeper connection began to form between them. The relationship between Ignazio and Shauna eventually became the talk of the town, yet Heather remained unaware of the situation. Everyone around them knew, but felt uncomfortable sharing the truth with her. Over time, the relationship between Ignazio and Shauna deepened, evolving beyond mere friendship. Their bond intensified and, though they were both married, they struggled to resist their mutual attraction. Eventually, Shauna discovered she was pregnant and excitedly shared the news with Ignazio. However, he reacted with hesitation, questioning whether the child could his, as Ken had undergone a vasectomy after their second child's birth. This revelation led Ignazio to pressure Shauna into terminating the pregnancy, fearing the repercussions if Heather found out years passed, and Heather remained oblivious to her husband's affair with Shauna. But as Shauna grew frustrated, she decided to confront Heather. One day, Shauna and a close friend followed Heather into a grocery store, watching her every move. Unaware of their presence, Heather was chatting with a friend on the phone. Eventually, Shauna approached her, hurling accusations and insults, which left Heather shocked and furious. This confrontation deeply unsettled Heather, prompting her to question Ignazio. When she recognized Shauna as his co-worker from the police department, Ignazio explained that Shauna had feelings for him, but assured Heather there was nothing to worry about. He promised to speak with Shauna and put an end to her harassment. However, even after this confrontation, Shauna continued to pursue Ignazio, adding strain to an already fragile situation. One evening, Shauna unexpectedly showed up at Ignazio and Heather's home, demanding to see Ignazio. This left Heather puzzled and uneasy. Although she didn't want to consider the idea of anything inappropriate between her husband and his co-worker, she couldn't shake her curiosity about what was really going on. In a moment of confidence, Shauna confided in someone from the county dispatch center, sharing details about her relationship with Ignazio. She admitted that her feelings for him were stronger than anything she'd ever felt for anyone else. However, Shauna also expressed her frustration over Ozo's wife, Heather, which complicated things further. According to her supervisor, Shauna's behavior was impacting her work. She even mentioned going to the shooting range to vent her frustrations, imagining the targets as Heather. Shauna's husband, Ken, had been unaware of her affair with Ignazio until he found her diary which documented her secret relationship. Despite feeling betrayed, Ken decided to stay with Shauna for the sake of their children. Shauna knew Ozo's affair was risky, giving her a sense of control as she was determined to remain in his life as his only woman. She even threatened to expose everything to Heather if Ignazio ever tried to end things. Her fixation on him intensified, and in July 2005 she took a bold step to solidify her attachment by tattooing his last name on her leg. Her infatuation spiraled further, reaching the point of harassment, especially when she learned that Ignazio and Heather were taking their daughter Victoria out to a restaurant. Shauna ensured she and her family were there as well. Though Shauna's behavior worried him, Ignazio continued the affair. When Shauna found herself pregnant again, she insisted on keeping the baby, naming him Christian. In March 2006, she gave birth, while still married, to Ken. Heather had no idea about this child. A result of Ignazio's involvement with Shauna, Ken, despite his knowledge, offered to raise Christian as his own if Shauna stayed with him, and she agreed. In the summer of 2006, while Heather was away, a woman approached her with shocking news. Shauna had recently given birth to Ignazio, child. Stunned and disoriented, Heather confronted Ignazio upon returning home. When pressed, he lied again, trying to keep his affair hidden. Trusting her husband, Heather believed him, but one December night in 2006, Heather awoke to find Ignazio missing. When he finally returned, she immediately confronted him. This time, Ignazio didn't attempt to lie. Instead, he confessed everything: his years-long affair with Shauna, both pregnancies, and the birth of their son. True to her promise, Heather ended the relationship and asked Ignazio to leave. However, determined to keep her family intact for Victoria's sake, she reached out to Ignazio the next day, despite her initial disbelief. In their conversation, a heartbroken Heather made her feelings clear. She wanted to keep her marriage but wasn't ready to reconcile. Immediately, she laid out specific conditions for their future together. First, Ignazio had to take an STD test and agree to counseling to address the issues leading to his infidelity. Heather also insisted that Ignazio renounce his parental rights over Shauna's child and completely end his relationship with Shauna. Committed to saving his marriage, Ignazio agreed to every condition. Knowing he had deeply hurt Heather, he called Shauna to end the affair once and for all. While Ignazio was on the phone with Shauna, Heather listened in from nearby, hearing every word. Moments later, a message arrived on Heather's phone with a photo of Ignazio's son with the caption "Flesh and Blood." Shauna's fury escalated as she realized Ignazio had chosen to stay with Heather. Feeling betrayed and abandoned, Shauna considered pursuing child support, seeking financial compensation for her son, Christian. In early 2007, Ignazio and Heather were focused on rebuilding their marriage after Ignazio's infidelities. Despite the obstacles, they were determined to work through the challenge and move forward. However, as Ignazio tried to cut ties with Shauna, her harassment of Heather intensified, prompting Ignazio and Heather to take extreme steps to protect their family and home. They began parking Heather's car in the garage, fearing Shah might damage it if it were left outside. They also sought legal assistance, having a lawyer send Shauna a formal warning that demanded she stay away from Ignazio, Heather, and their daughter Victoria. The letter clearly instructed Shauna to cease all forms of harassment and intimidation. Despite these warnings, Shauna ignored the consequences and continued to harass Heather through text messages, emails, and voicemails filled with offensive and hurtful words. On January 23, 2017, around 6 p.m., Heather was leaving work at the credit union eager to spend the evening with her daughter, but her peaceful night was shattered as she left the building with her co-workers and headed toward the parking lot. In the dimly lit area, a masked figure dressed in black and wielding a gun suddenly appeared, focusing on Heather. While others tried to hide, the assailant pointed the gun at Heather's head, ordered her to kneel and said, "You've ruined my life," before shooting her twice in the head. After the attack, the shooter ran to a nearby red truck and quickly fled the scene. The shocking incident left Heather's colleagues in horror. Witnesses in the parking lot dialed 911 moments after the shooting. Paramedics arrived quickly, but their efforts to save Heather were in vain. The gunshot wounds to her head were fatal and she was pronounced dead at the scene. When officers arrived to secure the crime scene, they realized the victim was Ozo's wife. They immediately contacted Ignazio, urging him to come to the hospital. Racing through the hospital halls to reach the trauma room, Ozo was stopped by a doctor who broke the devastating news that it was too late. Heather had passed away. Ignazio was hit hard by the realization that he would now have to break the heartbreaking news to his 9-year-old daughter, Victoria. At the crime scene, witnesses provided their accounts to the police. One described seeing the shooter appear suddenly and then quickly flee in a red truck. Another witness suggested the shooter might have been a woman based on their movements. As the investigation continued, Shauna's name surfaced due to her history of harassing Heather. Knowing that Shauna drove a vehicle similar to the one witnesses had described, the police quickly compiled evidence linking her to the murder. A general radio alert was issued to locate Shauna in the red truck. Meanwhile, Shauna's husband, Ken, was on duty that night when he heard the alert regarding his wife and her vehicle. Following instructions, Ken soon located Shauna near their home. She claimed she had been running errands but aroused suspicion when Ken noticed she was barefoot, despite the cold January weather in Colorado, wearing only socks, underwear, and pants. He called the police for assistance and Shauna was promptly taken into custody. During the investigation, authorities uncovered evidence connecting Shauna to Heather's murder. A pair of shoes with Shauna's DNA was found near the crime scene, and 2 bullet casings from a gun the same type Ken used at work were recovered from the scene. A Halloween mask was also found beneath the seat of Ken's red truck, similar to the one reportedly used in the crime. Investigators found a suspiciously empty bathtub at Shauna's home, raising questions about her intentions and whether she had planned to dispose of potential evidence. After the murder, Shauna was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Though the shell casings matched the weapon type, the actual gun was never recovered. Ken had turned over his service weapon to his supervisor after Heather's murder, but the gun used in the shooting remained missing. Ken was also accused of evidence tampering and complicity. During his questioning, Shauna claimed she was merely running errands and had returned home to retrieve her forgotten wallet. She vehemently denied any involvement in Heather's murder, insisting she had no knowledge of the incident. Ignazio was questioned extensively following Heather's death, but was ultimately cleared of any suspicion. By February 2008, Shauna's murder trial began and she pleaded not guilty. The prosecution highlighted Shauna's fixation on Ignazio as a potential motive behind Heather's murder. As part of the state's case, they arranged to deal with Shauna's former best friend, who agreed to testify in exchange for a reduced sentence. She spoke of Shauna's deep-seated resentment toward Heather. Throughout the trial, Shauna defended herself fiercely, denying any fantasies about killing Heather and refuting all accusations. She argued that she was headed to a liquor store when the shooting occurred and even claimed her best friend was obsessed with her and wanted to make her happy by removing Heather. However, her best friend denied these claims when called to the stand. The prosecution suggested that Shauna had worn her husband's clothes during the shooting to implicate him in the murder, asserting that by eliminating Heather, Shauna and Ignazio would be free to live happily. Ever after the jury deliberated for only 5 hours before delivering a guilty verdict, Shauna was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Ken resigned from the police department after Shauna's conviction and filed for divorce. Following the guilty verdict, he relocated with his children, including Christian, the son Sean, ahead with Ignazio. After some time, Ken returned to court, hoping his children would someday visit Shauna in prison, as he believed she was still a loving mother. All charges against Ken were eventually dropped. Tragically, in 2015, Victoria, only 17 years old, lost her life in a car accident when she lost control of her vehicle and struck a tree, marking another heartbreaking loss for the family as the rain falls and the night deepens. Thank you for being here with me at Radio Night. True crime stories remind us of life's mysteries and the need to stay aware even in the stillness of the night.